You're offered a pill that will make you live the perfect life, your deepest dreams fulfilled, your greatest pleasures experienced, endless happiness guaranteed. Just one small detail: it's all a simulation, and your real body will float in a tank forever. Would you swallow the pill? This thought experiment, introduced by philosopher Robert Nozick in his 1974 work, Anarchy, State and Utopia, presents one of the most challenging questions in the philosophy of happiness and reality. At first glance, the answer might seem obvious. Who wouldn't want guaranteed happiness? But as we dig deeper, the question reveals profound insights about human nature and what we truly value in life. The experience machine wasn't conjured from thin air. It emerged during a time when behaviorism dominated psychological thinking, suggesting that human experience could be reduced to pleasure and pain responses. B.F. Skinner's 1971 work, Beyond Freedom and Dignity, had recently proposed that human behavior could be perfectly controlled through proper conditioning. The experience machine served as Nozick's philosophical counterpunch, challenging the notion that pleasure alone constitutes human happiness. When we examine why most people instinctively reject the experience machine, fascinating patterns emerge. First, there's our deep-seated desire for authenticity. Even if we could have a perfect simulation of climbing Mount Everest, writing a best-selling novel, or falling in love, something in us recoils from the idea that it wouldn't be real. This reveals a crucial truth. We value not just the feeling of accomplishment, but the actual doing of things. The struggle, the uncertainty, even the possibility of failure seem to be essential ingredients in what makes experiences meaningful. This leads us to a second revelation about human nature. We appear to be reality-seeking creatures. Even if we could have a perfectly pleasant fantasy, something in us yearns to engage with the actual world, however imperfect it might be. Consider how we react to finding out a loved one has been lying to us, even if the lie made us happy. The truth, it seems, matters to us in a fundamental way that goes beyond mere pleasure or pain. But the implications of the experience machine stretch far beyond individual choice. It forces us to confront questions about the nature of reality itself. In an age where virtual reality technology advances at a staggering pace, the line between real and simulated experiences becomes increasingly blurry. When people spend hours in virtual worlds, form meaningful relationships online, or find fulfillment in digital achievements, are they choosing a kind of experience machine? The philosopher David Chalmers, in his 2022 work, Reality Plus, argues that virtual experiences can be genuinely real experiences, challenging our traditional notions of authenticity. The experience machine also intersects with ancient philosophical questions about happiness. Aristotle's concept of eudaimonia, human flourishing that comes from living a life of virtue and reaching one's full potential, suggests that genuine happiness requires more than just pleasant sensations. It requires genuine engagement with reality, the development of real capabilities, and authentic relationships with others. The experience machine might give us the feeling of these things, but would it give us their essence? Returning to our leather armchair and cooling tea, we might notice something profound about the very way we're considering this question. The fact that we can step back, examine our desires, and ask what makes them valuable reveals something essential about human consciousness. We're not simply pleasure-seeking machines ourselves. We're creatures capable of reflecting on what makes life meaningful beyond mere sensation. The pill still sits in your palm, a small capsule containing infinite possibilities. Perhaps the real value of the experience machine lies not in whether we would choose to swallow it, but in how it forces us to examine what we truly value in life. Like the imperfect reality we might choose to keep, sometimes the most meaningful things aren't the most pleasant, and that imperfection might be precisely what makes them real. The problem of divine foreknowledge. You're sitting in a cafe on a quiet Tuesday afternoon, about to take a sip of coffee, when an angel materializes in the seat across from you. Not the flowing robes and halo sort. She's wearing a sensible pantsuit and looks rather like your old mathematics teacher. She slides a contract across the table, explaining that she's here to offer absolute proof of your future. Every decision you'll make, every path you'll take, all written down with perfect accuracy. The catch? Once you sign and receive this knowledge, you can never unmake those choices. You reach for the pen, then pause. If your entire future is already known with certainty, weren't all your choices predetermined? And if they were predetermined, were they ever really choices at all? This deceptively simple scenario leads us straight into one of philosophy's most persistent puzzles, the problem of divine foreknowledge and free will. If an omniscient being knows with absolute certainty what we will do before we do it, can our actions truly be considered free? The paradox first emerged in formal philosophical discourse through Aristotle's De Interpretation, where he grappled with the truth value of statements about future events. But it was Augustine of Hippo who, in his work, The City of God, 426 CE, fully articulated the tension between divine omniscience and human free will. The problem becomes particularly thorny when we consider that divine foreknowledge isn't just about knowing what will happen, it's about knowing with absolute certainty. If God knew, in 1922, that you would choose coffee today instead of tea, could you possibly have chosen tea? The medieval philosopher Boethius attempted to resolve this in The Consolation of Philosophy, 524 CE, by suggesting that God exists outside of time, seeing all moments simultaneously rather than sequentially. It's rather like looking at a painting. Seeing the entire image at once doesn't force the artist's brushstrokes to happen in any particular way. But this solution raises its own complex questions. If all moments exist simultaneously from God's perspective, what happens to causality? Time's arrow seems fundamental to our understanding of choice and consequence. The 20th century philosopher William Lane Craig proposed that God's knowledge of our choices doesn't cause them any more than a barometer causes the weather. It merely indicates what will happen with perfect accuracy. This leads us to a fascinating distinction between necessity and certainty. Just because something will certainly happen doesn't mean it happens necessarily. You might freely choose to finish reading this segment, and while that choice may be known in advance, the knowledge itself didn't force your hand. It's rather like a time traveler who goes back to watch Beethoven compose the Fifth Symphony. Their presence doesn't make the composition any less Beethoven's creation. Yet the problem persists at a deeper level. If our future choices are known with absolute certainty, then the past contains facts about our future actions. These facts existed before we were born. How can a choice be free if its outcome was settled before we existed? This was the concern that led philosophers like Martin Luther to embrace theological determinism, accepting that free will might be incompatible with divine foreknowledge. Modern discussions have introduced quantum mechanics into the mix, suggesting that perhaps even God's knowledge might be probabilistic rather than deterministic. The Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics implies that some events are genuinely random, not merely unpredictable. This could create space for free will within the gaps of quantum uncertainty, though this raises questions about the nature of divine omniscience. The implications extend far beyond theology. The problem highlights fundamental questions about the nature of time, causation, and human agency. If we replace God with a sufficiently advanced computer that could predict all future events based on current conditions, we face the same philosophical quandary. The determinism debate in neuroscience echoes these ancient theological discussions. We might find some comfort in the observation that even if our choices are known in advance, we still must go through the process of making them. Like our cafe scenario at the start, even with the contract sitting there, you still have to decide whether to sign it. The knowledge of your choice, whether held by God or an angel in a pantsuit, doesn't remove the lived experience of choosing. Perhaps the most profound aspect of this paradox is how it reveals the limits of our temporal perspective. We're like characters in a book trying to understand the author's relationship to the story. Our very framework for understanding agency and causation might be fundamentally limited by our position within time itself. The puzzle of the ever better wine. You're standing in a wine cellar beneath a small vineyard in southern France, holding a bottle of Bordeaux from 1982. According to the owner, this particular vintage is absolutely perfect, rich, complex, and impossibly smooth. But as you bring the glass to your lips, she stops you with a curious smile. "Ah, but wait until you try the 1981, she says, pulling another bottle from the rack. "It's even better." You pause, glass halfway to your mouth, as a strange thought begins to form. If the 1982 is perfect, how can the 1981 be better than perfect? And if the 1981 is indeed better, then it must be perfect instead. But then she's already reaching for a 1980, insisting it's even better still. This seemingly innocent scene in a French wine cellar leads us straight into one of philosophy's most perplexing paradoxes. First formally described by Thomas Aquinas in his 1485 work, Summa Theologica. The puzzle centers on the logical impossibility of an infinite sequence of ever better things, particularly when we're dealing with concepts that seem to imply perfection or maximums. The philosophical weight of this paradox became especially apparent during the Enlightenment, when Gottfried Leibniz tackled it in his 1710 work, Theodicy. Leibniz argued that the very concept of an infinite sequence of improvements creates a logical contradiction when applied to anything claiming to be optimal or perfect. The paradox forces us to grapple with fundamental questions about the nature of perfection, infinity, and improvement itself. Consider our wine scenario. If we accept that each vintage is better than the last as we move backward in time, we're forced into one of two equally problematic conclusions. Either we must accept an infinite regression of ever better wines stretching backward through time, which seems impossible given that winemaking hasn't existed forever, or we must acknowledge some best possible wine. But this creates its own contradiction, as our wine merchant would surely claim the previous vintage was even better. This paradox extends far beyond the realm of wine appreciation. In mathematics, Georg Cantor's work on transfinite numbers in the 1870s showed that even when dealing with infinite sets, we can still meaningfully talk about some infinities being bigger than others. But this leads to its own version of our wine puzzle. If we can always find a bigger infinity, what does this mean for the concept of the biggest possible number? The implications ripple into modern discussions of artificial intelligence and technological progress. Ray Kurzweil's law of accelerating returns suggests that technological advancement speeds up over time, potentially leading to an infinite sequence of ever more capable machines. But this crashes headlong into our paradox. How can each generation of AI be better than the last if we're already dealing with systems approaching optimal performance in their domains? In the realm of ethics, this paradox takes on particular significance when we consider moral improvement. Peter Singer's work on expanding moral circles suggests that human society has gradually extended ethical consideration to ever wider groups. But can this process continue indefinitely? If each moral framework is better than the last, does this mean our current ethical systems are fundamentally imperfect? And if so, how do we justify acting on them? The puzzle forces us to confront our understanding of concepts like better and perfect. Perhaps, as Niels Bohr suggested in his complementarity principle, we need to accept that some concepts that seem logically contradictory can both be necessary for a complete understanding of reality. The wine can be perfect in one sense, while still leaving room for improvement in another. As you stand in that French wine cellar, glass still hovering near your lips, you might realize that the paradox reveals something profound about human experience itself. Each vintage isn't necessarily better in some absolute sense, but rather represents a different facet of what we might call perfection. The 1982 might be perfect for its boldness, the 1981 for its subtlety, the 1980 for its balance, each one teaching us that perhaps perfection isn't a single point, but a vast landscape of possibilities. And there's something rather wonderful about that, isn't it? Like the wine merchant reaching for yet another bottle, we find ourselves in a universe that always has something new to show us, even when we think we've reached the pinnacle of understanding. The meta-paradox. You're sitting at your desk, contentedly sipping your coffee and reading about paradoxes, when suddenly you realize something that makes you spill hot liquid all over your lap. If all paradoxes are false because they're paradoxical, then that very statement is itself a paradox, which would make it false, meaning some paradoxes must be true, but then the statement could be true, which would make all paradoxes false again. And around we go until your brain feels like it's tied itself into a pretzel more twisted than the one sitting half-eaten on your plate. This delightfully maddening concept is known as the meta-paradox, and it's been giving philosophers and logicians headaches since at least 1908, when Henry Morris Schaeffer first systematically explored it in his work at Harvard. The core idea is deceptively simple. Any blanket statement about the nature of paradoxes tends to generate a new paradox at a higher level. It's rather like trying to create a comprehensive catalogue of all catalogues that don't list themselves. The moment you finish, you have to decide whether to include your new catalogue in itself, and both options lead to contradiction. Let's untangle this properly. When we encounter a standard paradox like, "This statement is false," we can often dismiss it as a mere trick of language or logic. But the meta-paradox operates at a higher level of abstraction. Consider what happens when we try to resolve paradoxes systematically. Alfred Tarski, in his groundbreaking 1933 paper, The Concept of Truth in Formalized Languages, demonstrated that any sufficiently complex formal system capable of expressing its own truth predicates will inevitably generate paradoxes. In other words, the very tools we create to solve paradoxes end up generating new ones. This leads us to two fascinating implications. First, there's what Douglas Hofstadter termed the strange loop phenomenon in his 1979 work, Gödel, Escher, Basch. Just as M.C. Escher's stairs appear to ascend forever while returning to their starting point, meta-paradoxical reasoning creates loops of logic that somehow manage to be both perfectly valid and completely impossible at each step. The second implication connects to Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorems, published in 1931. Gödel proved that any consistent mathematical system complex enough to include basic arithmetic must contain statements that can neither be proved nor disproved within that system. The meta-paradox suggests something similar about our ability to reason about paradoxes themselves. This leads us to deeper philosophical territory. The meta-paradox raises fundamental questions about the nature of truth and our ability to understand it. If we can't make universal statements about paradoxes without creating new paradoxes, what does this tell us about the limitations of human reason? Graham Priest, in his 2006 work, In Contradiction, argues that some contradictions might be genuinely true, a position known as dialetheism. While this might seem absurd at first, the meta-paradox suggests he might be onto something. After all, if every attempt to eliminate paradoxes creates new ones, perhaps we need to accept that contradictions are an inherent feature of reality rather than a flaw in our reasoning. The implications extend beyond pure philosophy. In computer science, similar meta-level paradoxes emerge in discussions of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Any system complex enough to analyze its own code runs into versions of the meta-paradox, which has profound implications for AI safety and decision-making. The famous halting problem, proved impossible by Alan Turing in 1936, is essentially a meta-paradox about computation. No program can perfectly predict whether other programs will terminate, because it would need to predict its own behavior, creating an infinite regression. So here you are, back at your cafe table, coffee now cold, pretzel thoroughly mangled, contemplating how the very attempt to make sense of paradoxes creates new ones. Perhaps there's something oddly comforting in this endless regression, a reminder that some puzzles aren't meant to be solved, but rather appreciated for the insights they give us into the fascinating limitations of human reason. After all, if we could resolve all paradoxes, wouldn't that itself be paradoxical? The numbering of thoughts. You're sitting in your favorite armchair, peacefully contemplating whether to have tea or coffee, when suddenly a small delegation of mathematicians bursts through your door. They're carrying clipboards and wearing expressions of utmost seriousness. "Wonderful news," announces their leader, adjusting his spectacles. "We've finally developed a system to assign unique numerical values to every possible human thought. Your current thought about beverage selection has been designated number 7,394,621,855. Please ensure you use the proper reference number in all future instances of this particular contemplation." This peculiar scenario, while absurd, points us toward one of philosophy's most fascinating paradoxes, first formally explored by Hermann Weyl in his 1949 work, Philosophy of Mathematics and Natural Science. The fundamental question is deceptively simple. Could we, even in principle, create a complete numerical catalogue of all possible thoughts? The implications of this question reach deep into the nature of consciousness, mathematics, and the limits of human understanding. The historical roots of this problem trace back to Gottfried Leibniz's ambitious dream of a characteristica universalis, a universal symbolic language that could represent all possible thoughts and reasoning. Leibniz believed that with such a system, philosophical disputes could be resolved simply by saying, "Let us calculate." This idea gained new relevance in the early 20th century when Kurt Gödel developed his numbering system for mathematical statements, demonstrating that formal mathematical expressions could indeed be systematically encoded into numbers. But thoughts present a far more complex challenge than mathematical statements. Consider what happens when we attempt to number thoughts about numbers themselves. If I think about the number 7, what number should we assign to that thought? And what number would we assign to the thought about thinking about the number 7? We quickly find ourselves tumbling down a recursive rabbit hole that seems to generate an infinite series of new thoughts requiring their own numbers. The paradox deepens when we consider self-referential thoughts. What number would we assign to the thought, "I am thinking about the number assigned to this very thought"? This creates a logical loop similar to the famous liar's paradox, where the truth value of a statement depends on its own content. In 1931, Gödel used similar self-reference mechanics to prove his incompleteness theorems, showing that any consistent mathematical system, complex enough to describe basic arithmetic, must contain statements that cannot be proven within that system. The implications extend far beyond mathematical curiosity. If thoughts cannot be completely numbered, this suggests fundamental limits to artificial intelligence and our ability to digitize consciousness. The philosopher John Searle, in his 1980 paper Minds, Brains, and Programs, argued that mental states possess an inherent quality that cannot be reduced to purely computational processes. The impossibility of creating a complete numerical catalogue of thoughts could be seen as supporting this view. Yet the paradox takes an even more intriguing turn when we consider the nature of infinity. Georg Cantor's work on transfinite numbers showed that not all infinities are equal. Some are demonstrably larger than others. The set of all possible thoughts might form what mathematicians call an uncountable infinity, similar to the set of real numbers, which cannot be put into a one-to-one correspondence with the natural numbers. This would mean that any attempt to number thoughts is doomed not just practically, but mathematically. The human implications of this paradox are profound. Each time we try to categorize or systematize human consciousness, we bump up against its fundamental resistance to complete formalization. The philosopher Henry Bergson argued that the very attempt to quantify conscious experience misses its essential nature, its continuous flowing quality that cannot be broken down into discrete units without losing something essential. And so we return to our armchair, where the mathematician's clipboard lies abandoned, its neat columns of numbers hopelessly inadequate to capture the rich landscape of your contemplation. Perhaps there's something deeply reassuring about the impossibility of numbering thoughts, a reminder that human consciousness retains its mystery even in our age of algorithms and big data. Your deliberation between tea and coffee remains gloriously unnumbered, floating free in the vast space of possible thoughts that exceeds any system we might devise to contain it. The problem of ethical knowledge. You're standing in line at a grocery shop when you notice the person ahead of you has dropped their wallet. Without thinking, you pick it up and tap them on the shoulder to return it. They're grateful. You feel good about doing the right thing, and that's that. Except, how exactly did you know that returning the wallet was the right thing to do? You didn't stop to consult an ethics textbook or run a complex moral calculation. You didn't need someone to tell you. You just knew. But this simple, everyday scenario launches us into one of philosophy's most perplexing questions. How do we know what's right and wrong, and what kind of knowledge is moral knowledge anyway? This peculiar puzzle has troubled philosophers since ancient times, but it was G.E. Moore who really brought it into focus in his 1903 work, Principia Ethica. Moore pointed out something rather odd about moral knowledge that sets it apart from other types of knowledge. When someone claims that water is H2O or that Paris is the capital of France, we can verify these facts through observation and measurement. But moral truths seem different. If someone asks why causing unnecessary suffering is wrong, saying because I observed it or because I measured it seems absurd. Yet most of us feel quite certain about basic moral truths, even though we can't point to any physical evidence for them. This creates what philosophers call the epistemic problem of ethics. How can we claim to know moral truths when they seem to exist in a different category from other knowledge? The traditional empirical methods we use to gain knowledge about the physical world don't seem to apply. You can't put goodness under a microscope or measure justice with a ruler. This led Moore to conclude that moral properties are non-natural. They exist, but not in the same way that physical properties do. He compared trying to define goodness in purely natural terms to trying to define yellow using only non-color properties. There's something fundamental about it that resists that kind of reduction. But this creates some rather strange implications. If moral knowledge isn't derived from observation or measurement, where does it come from? Some philosophers, like ethical intuitionists W.D. Ross and H.A. Pritchard, argued that we have a special faculty for directly perceiving moral truths, similar to how we directly perceive basic logical or mathematical truths. This would explain why returning that wallet felt so immediately and obviously right. But this raises its own puzzles. If moral knowledge comes from intuition, why do different cultures and individuals sometimes have dramatically different moral intuitions? The plot thickens when we consider how moral knowledge relates to motivation. This is where philosophers like David Hume enter the picture with another fascinating observation. With ordinary factual knowledge, there's no necessary connection between knowing something and being motivated to act on it. Knowing that Paris is the capital of France doesn't motivate you to do anything in particular. But moral knowledge seems different. If you genuinely know that something is morally right, you typically feel at least some motivation to do it. This suggests moral knowledge might be fundamentally different from other types of knowledge in ways we don't fully understand. Some philosophers have taken an even more radical approach. A.J. Ayer, in his 1936 work, Language, Truth and Logic, argued that moral statements aren't actually claims about knowledge at all. They're expressions of emotion disguised as factual claims. When we say, stealing is wrong, we're not describing a moral fact, but expressing our disapproval of stealing. This would explain why moral claims resist empirical verification, but it seems to clash with our strong intuition that some things really are right or wrong, not just matters of emotion. All of this loops back to that simple moment in the coffee shop. When you returned that wallet, you participated in a profound philosophical mystery. The strange nature of moral knowledge. You knew what to do without knowing exactly how you knew it. Perhaps that's why ethical knowledge feels both utterly certain and deeply mysterious. Like the color yellow or the rules of logic, it might be something fundamental to human experience that resists complete explanation. Next time you find yourself instinctively doing the right thing, remember that you're engaging with one of philosophy's most fascinating puzzles, even if you're too busy being a good person to think about it at the time. The Newcomb Box Dilemma. You're standing in front of two boxes. Box A is transparent, containing a clearly visible $1,000. Box B is opaque, And here's where things get properly weird. It either contains $1 million or nothing at all, based on a prediction made yesterday by an entity that has correctly predicted every single choice made by every previous participant in this experiment. If this entity predicted you would take both boxes, box B is empty. If it predicted you would take only box B, it contains the million. You can't change what's already in the boxes, yet somehow your current choice seems to affect what was put there yesterday. The money is real, the stakes are high, and you have to decide, one box or two. This is Newcomb's problem, first published by philosopher Robert Nozick in 1969, though William Newcomb of the University of California conceived it earlier in the 1960s. The paradox hits right at the heart of rational decision-making and has split the philosophical community straight down the middle for over 50 years. The two-box argument seems utterly rational at first glance. The contents of the boxes are already determined. Nothing you do now can change what's in them. Therefore, taking both boxes will always give you $1,000 more than taking just box B, regardless of what's in it. If box B is empty, you get $1,000 instead of nothing. If box B contains the million, you get $1,001,000 instead of $1 million. This is called dominance reasoning. One choice literally dominates the other in every possible scenario. But here's where it gets properly strange. The entity has never been wrong. Everyone who has taken only box B has become a millionaire. Everyone who has taken both boxes has walked away with just $1,000. The one boxers are all sitting in their luxury yachts, while the two boxers are left wondering how their impeccable logic led them astray. This leads us to evidential decision theory, which argues that you should take only box B. Your choice provides evidence about what the entity predicted, and therefore what's in the box. By choosing both boxes, you're effectively providing evidence that the entity predicted you would do exactly that, meaning box B is empty. It's rather like finding yourself in a room full of people doing the hokey-cokey. The fact that you're there is strong evidence that you're the sort of person who would attend a hokey-cokey convention. The battle between these two perspectives has profound implications for how we think about causality, free will, and rational decision-making. Can your current choices affect the past? Does mere correlation justify action even when causation seems impossible? The philosopher David Lewis suggested this paradox reveals a deep conflict between two kinds of rationality, one based on what we should expect given our knowledge, and another based on what we can actually cause. Some philosophers have proposed that Newcomb's problem is actually about different types of agency. Perhaps the entity isn't really predicting your choice, but rather identifying what kind of decision maker you are. This shifts the paradox from one about causation to one about personal identity and decision theory. Are you the sort of person who follows dominance reasoning, or the sort who maximizes expected utility? The implications extend far beyond philosophical thought experiments. In game theory, similar scenarios arise in situations where players must decide whether to cooperate or compete. The successful strategy often depends on whether other players can reliably predict your behavior. Even in artificial intelligence development, questions about decision-making algorithms that can model and predict other decision-makers lead us back to Newcomb-like paradoxes. Modern variations include the transparent Newcomb problem, where box B is also transparent, allowing you to see its contents before choosing. This seemingly simple modification transforms the paradox into an even more perplexing puzzle about rational action and backward causation. Looking at real-world applications, similar dynamics appear in nuclear deterrence strategy, where nations must make decisions based on predictions of their opponents' responses. The credibility of these predictions, like the entity's perfect record in Newcomb's problem, can seem to violate our usual understanding of causation while remaining practically relevant. Returning to those two boxes sitting before you, the transparent one with its certain $1,000, the opaque one with its $1 million question, the choice remains as puzzling as ever. The entity has already made its prediction, the boxes are already filled, and yet somehow your decision now seems tangled up with events that happened yesterday. Whatever choice you make, you'll be in good company. Brilliant minds have argued for both options for half a century. The problem of temporary intrinsics. You're sipping tea that's grown cold while grading philosophy papers in your office, when suddenly you notice something peculiar about your own hand resting on the desk. It's the same hand you've had all your life, and yet somehow completely different. The skin is a bit more weathered now, with a small scar from that cooking mishap last year. 10 years ago, it was smoother, unscarred, possibly even a slightly different shade. 20 years ago, it was smaller, softer, with none of the calluses from years of typing. And yet, remarkably, it's still fundamentally your hand. But how can something be both completely different and exactly the same thing? This isn't just philosophical wool gathering. You've stumbled upon one of metaphysics' most fascinating puzzles, the problem of temporary intrinsics. This philosophical conundrum was first formally presented by David Lewis in his 1986 work on the plurality of worlds, though philosophers had been grappling with similar questions since ancient times. The problem centers on how objects can genuinely change while remaining the same object. It's not just about hands. It's about the very nature of change and persistence through time. Lewis argued that if an object has certain intrinsic properties that belong to it independently of its relations to other things, and those properties change over time, we face a logical contradiction. The object both has and doesn't have these properties, which violates the law of non-contradiction. Consider your favorite coffee mug. When you bought it, it was pristine and unmarked. Now it bears the badges of daily use, coffee stains, microscopic scratches, perhaps a chip or two. The mug is straight-shaped at one time and curved-shaped at another. But how can one thing be both straight and curved? It seems we're forced to accept that either things don't really change, which is absurd, or that objects aren't really persistent through time, which seems equally problematic, or that we need a completely different way of thinking about objects and their properties. Various solutions have been proposed, each with their own fascinating implications. The most straightforward might be the temporal parts view, which Lewis himself favored. This suggests that objects are actually four-dimensional worms through time, with temporal parts just as they have spatial parts. Your mug exists as a sequence of temporal stages, like frames in a film. Each stage has different properties, but they're all part of the same four-dimensional whole. It's rather like how a road can be both curved and straight at different points while remaining the same road. But this leads us to some rather startling philosophical territory. If objects are really four-dimensional worms through time, then the you, sitting here reading this, is just a temporal slice of a larger four-dimensional entity. Your past and future selves are as real as your present self, just located at different temporal coordinates. This view, known as four-dimensionalism or pedurantism, suggests that change is really just difference between temporal parts, much like how a zebra's stripes are differences between spatial parts. An alternative view called three-dimensionalism or endurantism maintains that objects exist wholly at each moment of time. On this view, change involves the same object having different properties at different times, but the properties are time-indexed. Your mug isn't simply curved or straight, it's curved at T1 and straight at T2. This preserves our intuition that objects are wholly present at each moment, but it requires us to reconceptualize properties as essentially temporal. There's also the rather radical solution proposed by Peter van Inwagen, suggesting that perhaps intrinsic properties aren't really properties of objects at all, but of events or states of affairs. Your mug doesn't have the property of being curved. Rather, there's a state of affairs of your mug being curved at a particular time. This seemingly abstract problem has profound implications for how we understand personal identity, causation, and the nature of time itself. If we accept the four-dimensional view, for instance, what does that mean for free will and moral responsibility? Are your future actions already there as parts of your four-dimensional self? And if we adopt the three-dimensional view with time-index properties, what does that tell us about the relationship between objects and time? As you look back at your hand resting on the desk, you might notice that the problem of temporary intrinsics isn't just an abstract philosophical puzzle. It's intimately connected to our everyday experience of existing through time, of being the same person while constantly changing. Perhaps that's why, despite its technical nature, this problem continues to fascinate philosophers and casual thinkers alike. After all, we are all living embodiments of this paradox, somehow remaining ourselves while never staying quite the same. The problem of other minds. You're sitting across from your best friend at lunch, watching them laugh at your joke, respond to your questions, and share their own stories, when suddenly you realize there's no way to prove they actually have conscious experiences like you do. Everything you observe, their smile, their words, their reactions, could theoretically be produced by an incredibly sophisticated automaton that lacks any internal mental life. You've known them for years, shared countless moments together, but in this instant you're struck by the profound philosophical gap between their observable behavior and the existence of their consciousness. This is the problem of other minds, one of philosophy's most persistently troubling questions. While it might initially seem like an abstract thought experiment, it cuts to the heart of how we understand consciousness, evidence, and our relationships with others. The issue was first formally articulated by John Stuart Mill in 1865 in an examination of Sir William Hamilton's philosophy, though philosophers had been grappling with related questions since René Descartes explored the nature of consciousness in the 17th century. At its core, the problem arises from a simple but profound asymmetry. We each have direct, immediate access to our own conscious experiences, but we can only observe the external behavior of others. When you feel pain, you know with certainty that you're experiencing it. But when someone else winces and says, "ouch," you're making an inference from their behavior to their internal state. This leads us to what philosophers call the argument from analogy. We notice that others behave similarly to us in similar situations. They jump when startled, cry when sad, laugh when amused. Since we know these behaviors correspond to conscious experiences in our own case, we infer that others must have conscious experiences too. But this argument has significant weaknesses. Bertrand Russell pointed out in Human Knowledge, Its Scope and Limits, 1948, that this kind of reasoning is inherently circular. We assume others are like us to conclude they are like us. The problem becomes even more intriguing when we consider philosophical zombies, a thought experiment proposed by Robert Kirk in 1974 and later developed by David Chalmers. A philosophical zombie is hypothetically identical to a conscious human in every observable way. They behave the same, speak the same, have the same neural activity, but lack any internal conscious experience. They're not the shambling undead of horror films. They're perfect behavioral replicas who simply lack what philosophers call qualia, or subjective experiences. You might think modern neuroscience would solve this problem. After all, we can now observe brain activity in remarkable detail. But this actually doesn't resolve the fundamental issue. When we see someone's brain light up in an fMRI scanner while they report feeling pain, we're still observing physical processes rather than directly accessing their conscious experience. The correlation between neural activity and consciousness, while robust, doesn't bridge the epistemological gap. This leads us to a fascinating connection with artificial intelligence. As AI systems become more sophisticated, the problem of other minds takes on new relevance. When an AI chatbot produces seemingly thoughtful responses, are we justified in inferring it has conscious experiences? The same epistemological barriers that prevent us from definitively knowing about other humans' consciousness apply equally here. The implications extend beyond philosophy into ethics and daily life. Our moral frameworks often rest on assumptions about others' capacity for suffering and joy. If we can't be certain others are conscious, how should this affect our ethical obligations? Some philosophers argue that we must act as if others are conscious for practical and moral reasons, even if we can't prove it. Looking at this from another angle, the problem of other minds connects to broader questions about solipsism, the idea that only one's own mind is sure to exist. While few philosophers seriously advocate solipsism, the problem of other minds shows how difficult it is to definitively refute it on purely logical grounds. As you finish your lunch with your friend, their consciousness remains as ultimately unprovable as before. But perhaps the real insight isn't about proof at all. We navigate our lives through a web of reasonable assumptions and practical certainties, even when absolute philosophical certainty remains elusive. Your friend's laughter, while not definitive evidence of consciousness, is part of the rich tapestry of human connection that makes such philosophical puzzles worth contemplating in the first place. The paradox of normative truth. You're standing in line at a coffee shop when the person ahead of you pays for their drink with a handful of leaves, insisting they're money. The barista accepts them without hesitation, carefully counting out maple leaves for change. As you watch this bizarre transaction unfold, you realize you've stumbled into a peculiar corner of reality where everyone has collectively decided that leaves are currency. The strange thing is, within this leaf-based economy, everything works perfectly well. Debts are settled, wealth is accumulated, and commerce flows smoothly. But here's the really mind-bending part. Their financial system functions exactly like ours, except it's built entirely on agreements about the value of fallen foliage rather than printed paper. This seemingly absurd scenario actually illuminates one of philosophy's most perplexing challenges, the paradox of normative truth. First formally articulated by David Hume in his 1739 work, A Treatise of Human Nature. This paradox explores the mysterious relationship between what is and what ought to be, or, in philosophical terms, between descriptive and normative claims. The core tension lies in how we can derive objective moral truths or values from purely factual observations about the world. Consider our leaf currency world. There's nothing in the physical nature of leaves that makes them money. Their value exists purely because everyone agrees they have value. Yet within that system, statements like, "You ought to pay your debts with leaves," become functionally true. This points to a deeper question. How can any normative statement, any claim about what should be objectively true when it seems to rest entirely on human agreement or convention? The implications of this paradox reach far beyond quirky thought experiments. Take modern moral philosophy. Peter Singer's 1975 work, Animal Liberation, presented compelling arguments about the moral status of animals based on their capacity to suffer. But as philosophers like John McDowell noted in his 1985 paper, Values and Secondary Qualities, even if we can scientifically demonstrate animal suffering, we still face the challenge of bridging the gap between this descriptive fact and the normative conclusion that we ought to prevent it. The paradox becomes even more fascinating when we examine how normative truths seem to function in our daily lives. We generally treat statements like, "causing unnecessary suffering is wrong," as objectively true, not merely as opinions or social conventions. Yet when pressed to justify why this is true in the same way that water is H2O is true, we run into philosophical quicksand. Unlike scientific truths, which can be verified through observation and experiment, normative truths seem to exist in a different realm altogether. This leads us to an intriguing possibility proposed by Christine Korsgaard in her 1996 work, The Sources of Normativity. Perhaps normative truths aren't discovered like scientific facts, but are instead constructed through rational reflection and agreement. Just as the rules of chess become binding once we decide to play the game, moral truths might become objective within the framework of rational agency. This view suggests that normative truth isn't found in the physical world, but emerges from our capacity for reason and our nature as beings who must make choices. Yet this solution raises its own puzzling questions. If normative truths are constructed rather than discovered, why do some moral principles seem to hold across vastly different cultures and times? And if they're purely constructions, how can they have the kind of binding force we typically associate with truth? It's rather like our leaf currency world. The system works perfectly well internally, but we can't help wondering if it's somehow less real than physical facts about the world. The paradox of normative truth thus reveals a fundamental tension in how we understand the relationship between facts and values, between the world as it is and as it ought to be. Like the accepted value of those leaves in our opening scenario, normative truths seem both constructed and discovered, both subjective and objective, both dependent on human agreement and somehow transcending it. Perhaps in the end, the most fascinating aspect of this paradox is how seamlessly we navigate it in our daily lives, making moral judgments and following normative guidelines, while rarely questioning their philosophical foundations, rather like our leaf-trading friends, confidently conducting their business without worrying about the metaphysical status of their currency. The paradox of sophisticated time travel. You're standing in a gleaming laboratory, holding a leather-bound book that you've never seen before, yet somehow wrote yourself. The book contains detailed instructions for building a time machine. Instructions you're about to follow to construct the very device that will allow you to travel back in time to give yourself this same book. The question isn't just where the information originally came from, but whether this entire sequence is logically possible at all. This seemingly impossible scenario illustrates what philosophers call the bootstrap paradox, first formally described in Robert Heinlein's 1941 short story, By His Bootstraps. It's a particular form of causal loop that emerges when we consider sophisticated time travel, not just the grandfather paradox of potentially erasing oneself, but the deeper question of information and causality moving in circles through time. The paradox gets its name from the expression pulling oneself up by one's bootstraps, as it involves information or objects that seem to create themselves through a temporal loop. In 1976, physicist Igor Novikov attempted to resolve these apparent contradictions through his self-consistency principle, suggesting that any actions taken by a time traveler must be consistent with the existing timeline, effectively ruling out paradoxes by physical law. But the bootstrap paradox presents a unique challenge even to Novikov's principle. Unlike simple causal loops where physical objects move through time, information loops raise profound questions about the nature of creativity and originality. Take Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. If you traveled back in time and gave young Beethoven the sheet music for his famous composition before he wrote it, who actually composed it? The information exists, but it was never originally created. The mathematics of general relativity actually allows for these types of closed time-like curves, where cause and effect form a perfect circle. Kurt Gödel demonstrated this in 1949, showing that certain solutions to Einstein's field equations permit time travel. But while physics might allow it, philosophy struggles with the implications. This leads us to an even deeper question about the nature of information itself. In quantum mechanics, information is fundamentally tied to entropy and the arrow of time. The bootstrap paradox seems to violate the principle that information cannot be created or destroyed. It simply exists in an eternal loop. This connects to the broader philosophical puzzle of ex nihilo creation, something emerging from nothing. Some philosophers have attempted to resolve the bootstrap paradox by arguing that information in such loops isn't truly self-creating, but rather represents a stable configuration of reality, similar to how a circle has no beginning or endpoint, yet exists as a coherent geometric form. This view suggests that causal loops might be rare but logically possible features of our universe. The implications extend far beyond time travel. The bootstrap paradox forces us to confront fundamental questions about causality, information, and the nature of creativity itself. If we accept that information can exist in closed causal loops, what does that mean for human agency and free will? Are our creative acts truly original, or are we all potentially participating in vast causal loops we cannot perceive? This connects to another fascinating philosophical concept, eternal return, proposed by Friedrich Nietzsche. If time is infinite, might all possible configurations of reality eventually repeat? The bootstrap paradox could be seen as a localized version of this idea, a small loop in the vast tapestry of time. Modern quantum mechanics adds another layer to this puzzle. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every possible timeline exists simultaneously. In this framework, perhaps bootstrap paradoxes aren't paradoxical at all. They're simply stable configurations across multiple branching timelines, each supporting the others in an intricate quantum dance. The true significance of the bootstrap paradox lies not in its potential resolution, but in how it illuminates the boundaries of our understanding. Like a medieval cartographer marking "Here be dragons" at the edge of known territory, this paradox helps us map the limits of our conventional notions of causality, creativity, and time itself. Looking at that leather-bound book in the laboratory, we're forced to confront a universe that might be stranger and more interconnected than we imagine. Perhaps the most sophisticated form of time travel isn't about changing the past or visiting the future, but understanding how information and causality might flow in patterns we're only beginning to comprehend. The book in your hands raises one final question. In a universe where bootstrap paradoxes are possible, how do we distinguish between genuine creation and the discovery of information that was, in some sense, always there? The answer might reveal as much about the nature of human creativity as it does about the fabric of space-time itself. The problem of the now. You're standing perfectly still in an empty room, trying to catch the present moment, to grasp the exact instant between past and future. As your mind reaches for that elusive now, it seems to slip away faster than you can notice it. Each attempt to pin down the present has already become the past before you can even complete the thought. The harder you try to isolate that perfect slice of time, the more it fragments into an infinite regression of moments that have already gone by. This deceptively simple exercise reveals one of philosophy's most perplexing puzzles: the problem of the now. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus first grappled with this temporal paradox around 500 BCE when he famously declared that no one can step into the same river twice. His observation wasn't just about rivers, it was about the nature of time itself and our inability to truly capture the present moment. The philosophical investigation of now gained significant momentum in 400 BCE with Zeno's paradoxes, particularly his arrow paradox. Zeno argued that if we examine any instant of an arrow's flight, the arrow must be motionless at that precise moment. After all, no movement can occur in a dimensionless instant. But if every moment of the arrow's journey consists of these motionless instants, how does motion ever occur? This seemingly absurd conclusion points to a deeper problem about the nature of the present moment. St. Augustine wrestled with this same question in his Confessions around 397 CE, writing that the present has no duration. If it did have any length at all, it could be divided into past and future. The present moment, he concluded, must therefore be durationless. But how can something without duration be real? And if the present isn't real, what are we experiencing when we think we're experiencing now? Modern physics has only deepened this philosophical quandary. Einstein's theory of relativity showed that time itself is relative to the observer's reference frame. There is no universal now that all observers would agree upon. Two events that appear simultaneous to one observer might occur in different orders for observers moving at different velocities. The very notion of a unified present moment across space becomes physically impossible. The neuroscience of time perception adds another layer of complexity. Our brains take roughly 80 milliseconds to process sensory information. This means that our conscious experience of the present is actually a carefully constructed model of what happened about 1/10 of a second ago. We're perpetually living in a slightly outdated version of reality, yet our brains create the compelling illusion of an immediate present. This leads us to an even more perplexing question. If our experience of now is always slightly delayed, and the actual present moment has no duration. What exactly are we experiencing? The philosopher Henri Bergson proposed that our conventional way of thinking about time as a series of discrete moments is fundamentally flawed. He suggested that real duration, durée réelle, is actually a continuous, indivisible flow that our minds artificially divide into separate moments. The implications extend far beyond mere temporal curiosity. Our entire concept of consciousness, free will, and personal identity hinges on how we understand the present moment. If there's no true now in which decisions can be made, how can we be said to make choices? If our sense of self exists in a present that's always already past, who exactly is doing the experiencing? These questions intersect with Buddhist philosophy, which has long maintained that our perception of a continuous self existing through time is an illusion. The Buddhist concept of ksana, the smallest unit of time, suggests that reality consists of discrete moments of consciousness, each arising and passing away instantaneously. This view aligns surprisingly well with modern quantum mechanics, where time might not be continuous but quantized at the Planck scale. Back in that empty room, your attempt to catch the present moment reveals something profound about human consciousness. We exist in a strange intermediate state, unable to truly grasp the present, always slightly behind reality, yet perpetually moving forward through time. The now remains eternally elusive, slipping through our fingers like water, yet paradoxically, it's the only thing we ever experience. Perhaps the real insight isn't in solving the paradox, but in recognizing that our experience of time itself is part of the mystery of consciousness. We're temporal beings trying to understand temporality from within its flow, like fish attempting to comprehend water while never having experienced anything else. The paradox of fiction. You're sitting in a darkened theatre, tears streaming down your face as you watch a young woman sacrifice herself to save her sister, but suddenly you stop crying and laugh at yourself. After all, you know with absolute certainty that no one has actually died. The young woman is an actress, the sister is fictional, and the entire scene was carefully crafted by writers, directors, and producers. Yet your emotional response was entirely real. Your heart raced, your palms sweated, and those tears were wet and genuine. How can we have authentic emotional reactions to things we know aren't real? This is the paradox of fiction, first formally articulated by Colin Radford in his 1975 paper, How Can We Be Moved by the Fate of Anna Karenina? Radford argued that our emotional responses to fiction appear to be both irrational and inconsistent with what we claim to believe. If we know that something isn't real, how can we genuinely feel emotions about it? And if we're not genuinely feeling these emotions, why do we exhibit all the physiological responses of real emotional states? The paradox can be broken down into three seemingly reasonable propositions that, when combined, create a logical contradiction. First, we have genuine emotional responses to fiction. Second, we know that fictional entities don't exist and fictional events aren't real. Third, we can only have genuine emotional responses to things we believe exist or events we believe are real. Each statement seems independently true, yet they can't all be true simultaneously. Some philosophers have attempted to resolve this by suggesting that we temporarily suspend our disbelief while engaging with fiction. Samuel Taylor Coleridge coined this phrase in 1817, but it doesn't quite solve our problem. We don't actually stop believing that fiction is fictional while we're experiencing it. Ask anyone crying at a film if they think it's real, and they'll tell you quite clearly that they know it isn't. We maintain our awareness of the fiction's fictional nature, even as we respond emotionally to it. Another proposed solution suggests that we're not experiencing real emotions at all, but rather quasi-emotions or make-believe emotions. Kendall Walton, in his 1978 work, Fearing Fictions, argued that when we engage with fiction, we're participating in a sophisticated game of make-believe. But this solution faces serious challenges. The physiological responses we have to fiction, increased heart rate, sweating, crying, are identical to those we experience with real emotions. If these are merely quasi-emotions, why do they manifest in such physically real ways? The paradox becomes even more intriguing when we consider that fictional scenarios often provoke stronger emotional responses than similar real-world situations. A person might weep uncontrollably at a fictional character's death, while remaining relatively composed when reading about real tragedies in the news. This suggests that our emotional engagement with fiction isn't simply a confused response to something we mistake for reality, it's something else entirely. Some philosophers have proposed that we respond emotionally not to the fictional events themselves, but to the real thoughts and ideas they represent. When we cry at a character's death, we're really responding to our very real thoughts about death, loss, and mortality. This solution, however, doesn't fully explain why we form such specific attachments to fictional characters and care about their particular fates. The paradox takes on additional complexity when we consider cases of emotional responses to hypothetical scenarios or counterfactuals. You might feel genuine anger when considering an imaginary situation where someone insults your friend, even though you know it never happened and never will. Are these emotions irrational in the same way as our responses to fiction? Recent work in neuroscience has begun to shed light on this philosophical puzzle. Brain imaging studies show that when we process fictional narratives, we activate many of the same neural networks involved in processing real experiences. Our brains, it seems, don't maintain as rigid a distinction between real and fictional emotional stimuli as our conscious minds do. Perhaps the most compelling resolution comes from understanding emotions themselves differently. Rather than seeing emotions as necessarily tied to beliefs about reality, we might consider them as responses to perceived meaning. When we engage with fiction, we're not responding to false beliefs about what's real, but to genuine perceptions of meaningful patterns and relationships, which can be just as present in fiction as in reality. This brings us back to our crying moviegoer. Those tears aren't irrational at all. They're a response to something genuinely meaningful, even if that meaning is carried by a fictional vehicle. The paradox of fiction might not be a paradox after all, but rather a window into understanding how our minds construct and respond to meaning, regardless of its source in reality. The paradox of aesthetic experience. You're standing in front of Van Gogh's Starry Night, your nose mere inches from the canvas, watching other museum-goers shoot you concerned glances. But you're not being weird. You're conducting an experiment. As you step back, then forward, then back again, you're discovering something rather unsettling about the nature of beauty itself. When you're too close, all you see are seemingly random brushstrokes of blue and yellow paint. When you're too far, the painting becomes a pleasant but unremarkable image that could grace a coffee mug. It's only at that sweet spot in the middle where the true magic happens, where the painting comes alive with swirling energy and emotional depth. But here's the peculiar bit. That transcendent experience exists neither in the physical paint nor in your subjective perception alone. It seems to float mysteriously in between, refusing to be pinned down by either objective analysis or pure subjective feeling. This conundrum was first formally identified by philosopher Monroe Beardsley in his 1958 work, Aesthetics, Problems in the Philosophy of Criticism, though its roots trace back to Immanuel Kant's Critique of Judgment from 1790. The paradox emerges from the seemingly irreconcilable nature of aesthetic experience. It appears to require both objective properties and subjective perception, yet can't be reduced to either. The scientific study of aesthetics has only deepened this mystery. When neuroscientist Semir Zeki conducted his groundbreaking studies on neuroaesthetics in the early 2000s, he found that while certain artistic features consistently activated specific brain regions, the full aesthetic experience somehow transcended the sum of these neural activations. The implications of this paradox extend far beyond art galleries. Consider music, for instance. A piece by Bach can be perfectly described in mathematical terms, specific frequencies, rhythms, and harmonic relationships. Yet this objective description captures nothing of the profound emotional experience of listening to the music. Even more puzzling, two people with identical musical training can have radically different emotional responses to the same piece. The aesthetic experience seems to exist in some strange intermediate realm between the physical vibrations of air molecules and our subjective consciousness. This leads us to an even deeper philosophical question about the nature of reality itself. The aesthetic paradox suggests that there might be aspects of human experience that cannot be fully captured by either purely objective or purely subjective analysis. This mirrors the famous, hard problem of consciousness identified by philosopher David Chalmers. The question of how physical brain processes give rise to subjective experience. The aesthetic paradox might be pointing to a fundamental limitation in our traditional ways of categorizing reality into objective and subjective phenomena. The plot thickens when we consider how aesthetic experiences change over time, both individually and culturally. Works that were once considered shocking or ugly can become beautiful as our perceptual frameworks evolve. The first audiences of Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring literally rioted in response to its radical dissonance. Modern listeners might find it intense, but rarely riot-inducing. This temporal aspect of aesthetic experience suggests that beauty might exist in the dynamic relationship between object and observer, rather than in either alone. This brings us back to our friend at the museum, still dancing back and forth in front of the Van Gogh. Perhaps they've stumbled upon something profound about the nature of reality itself. Just as the painting only comes alive at the right distance, maybe truth itself exists not in extremes of objectivity or subjectivity, but in finding the proper perspective from which to observe. The paradox of aesthetic experience might not be a problem to be solved, but rather a window into a deeper understanding of how we relate to reality. After all, sometimes the most valuable insights come not from resolving paradoxes, but from learning to dance with them, even if it means looking a bit odd in an art museum. The paradox of moral luck. You're driving home from work, following your usual route through the quiet suburbs. The setting sun casts long shadows across the road as you approach the intersection you've crossed thousands of times before. A child's ball bounces into the street, and you react instantly, swerving to avoid it. In one universe, you miss the ball, straighten out, and continue home, perhaps mentioning the close call to your partner over dinner. In another universe, separated from the first by nothing more than the subtle physics of tire grip and reaction time, a child chasing the ball appears a fraction of a second later, and your life changes forever. Same decision, same reaction, same person, yet in one world, you're a careful driver, and in the other, you're responsible for a tragedy. This unsettling scenario illuminates what philosophers call the paradox of moral luck, a concept that challenges our most fundamental assumptions about moral responsibility and justice. Thomas Nagel first formally explored this idea in his 1979 paper, Moral Luck, building on earlier work by Bernard Williams. At its core, the paradox questions whether we can be held morally responsible for actions and outcomes that depend on factors beyond our control. Consider two drunk drivers. Both make the identical poor decision to drive home from a party. Driver A encounters no one on the road and arrives home safely. Driver B encounters a pedestrian and causes a fatal accident. Most legal systems, and indeed most people's moral intuitions, would judge driver B more harshly than driver A. Yet the only difference between them is pure chance, a factor neither driver controlled. This paradox extends far beyond traffic accidents. In his 1981 follow-up work, The View from Nowhere, Nagel identified 4 types of moral luck: resultant luck, how things turn out; circumstantial luck, the situations we face; constitutive luck, our innate dispositions and capacities; and causal luck, how our actions fit into the causal chain of events. Each type presents its own challenge to our notion of moral responsibility. The implications ripple through every aspect of moral philosophy. If we accept that moral luck exists, we must question the very foundation of how we judge human behavior. The ancient Greeks recognized this problem. Aristotle discussed how the quality of a person's life could be affected by events beyond their control, even after death. His example of a virtuous person whose reputation is destroyed by false accusations about their descendants highlights how moral assessment can be hostage to chance. Two particularly fascinating implications emerge when we dig deeper. First, there's what philosophers call the continental divide of moral responsibility. Picture a drop of water landing on the Rocky Mountains. The slightest variation in its landing spot determines whether it flows to the Pacific or Atlantic Ocean. Similarly, tiny differences in circumstances can send lives down radically different moral paths. A person born into privilege might never face certain moral temptations, while someone born into hardship might encounter them daily. Second, there's the question of moral development itself. Our capacity for moral reasoning, our exposure to moral education, even our basic ability to recognize right from wrong, all seem heavily influenced by factors we didn't choose. As philosopher Susan Wolf noted in her 1990 work Freedom Within Reason, even our ability to make moral choices depends on having been lucky enough to develop the right kind of character. These insights force us to confront uncomfortable questions about justice and punishment. If two people commit the same crime with different outcomes due to luck, how do we balance fairness with our intuitive desire to punish based on results? The legal concept of attempted murder versus murder acknowledges this tension. We punish the successful murderer more severely, even though the difference often comes down to luck. You're back at that intersection now, the setting sun still casting those long shadows. The ball bounces into the street again. In both universes, you swerve. The difference between being a careful driver and living with tragedy comes down to milliseconds and millimeters, factors beyond your control. Yet our moral intuitions, shaped by millions of years of evolution and thousands of years of philosophy, still insist on judging outcomes differently. Perhaps that's the deepest paradox of all. We know luck shapes our actions' morality, yet we can't, and arguably shouldn't, stop caring about those outcomes. The paradox of self-deception. You're lying in bed at 3 a.m., staring at your phone, repeatedly hitting snooze on your alarm for tomorrow morning. As you do this, you're absolutely convinced you'll wake up refreshed at 7 a.m. for that important meeting, despite having done this exact same thing 12 times before with precisely the same outcome: oversleeping and rushing in late. Your rational mind knows, with mathematical certainty, that you're setting yourself up for failure, yet somehow you've managed to believe your own fiction that this time will be different. This peculiar ability to simultaneously know and not know something, to maintain two contradictory beliefs while being seemingly unaware of the contradiction, lies at the heart of what philosophers call the paradox of self-deception. First formally explored in Jean-Paul Sartre's 1943 work, Being and Nothingness, the paradox presents us with a rather awkward question. How can one successfully deceive oneself when the deceiver and the deceived are the same person? The traditional model of deception requires three key elements. The deceiver must know the truth, present a falsehood, and successfully hide the truth from the deceived. In 1985, philosopher Donald Davidson highlighted in his seminal paper, Deception and Division, that this creates an impossible scenario in self-deception. If you're trying to deceive yourself, you must simultaneously know the truth to be the deceiver, and not know the truth to be the deceived. It's rather like trying to play a game of hide and seek with yourself. You always know where you're hiding. Yet, despite this logical impossibility, we observe self-deception everywhere in human behavior. Take the fascinating case study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in 1979, where researchers found that people who scored poorly on a test consistently remembered their scores as being higher than they actually were. These subjects weren't simply lying. They had genuinely convinced themselves of their superior performance, even when presented with clear evidence to the contrary. This leads us to an even more intriguing concept: temporal partitioning. Philosopher Alfred Melle proposed in his 2001 work, Self-Deception Unmasked, that we might resolve the paradox by understanding self-deception not as a simultaneous state, but as a process that occurs over time. We don't so much deceive ourselves as gradually construct elaborate scaffoldings of belief that allow us to navigate around uncomfortable truths, rather like building a detour around a sinkhole in the road while pretending the sinkhole doesn't exist. The implications of this extend far beyond late-night phone browsing and test scores. Consider the phenomenon of climate change denial, where individuals who understand basic science can somehow maintain beliefs that contradict overwhelming evidence. Their self-deception isn't a simple matter of ignorance. It's an active process of selective attention and motivated reasoning that allows them to maintain their preferred worldview while simultaneously holding enough scientific literacy to function in the modern world. This brings us to another fascinating aspect: the potential evolutionary advantage of self-deception. Robert Trivers, in his 2011 book, The Folly of Fools, argues that our capacity for self-deception might actually be an adaptive trait. If you can truly believe your own deceptions, you become a much more convincing deceiver of others. The politician who genuinely believes their own campaign promises, despite all evidence to the contrary, might be more successful than one who consciously lies. The paradox deepens when we consider its relationship to consciousness and free will. If we can deceive ourselves so thoroughly that we're unaware of the deception, what does this say about our capacity for genuine self-knowledge? The ancient Greek aphorism, "Know thyself," takes on a different meaning when we realize that our very minds might be actively working to prevent such knowledge. You're still lying there with your phone, by the way. And now you're faced with a peculiar choice. Will you acknowledge the truth about tomorrow morning, or will you maintain the comforting fiction? The real twist is that, by the time you make this choice, you've probably already engaged in enough self-deception to believe you're making it rationally. The problem of personal identity. You wake up in a gleaming laboratory, staring at an identical copy of yourself across the room. The other you waves cheerfully, claiming to be the original while insisting you're the copy. You wave back, absolutely certain that you're the real one. After all, you have all your memories, feelings, and that particular way you scrunch your nose when thinking hard about philosophy. As you both begin arguing your case, a scientist walks in with test results showing that neither of you is the original. You're both perfect copies, while the original you is still asleep in the next room. In an instant, everything you were certain about regarding who you are begins to unravel. This perplexing scenario cuts to the heart of one of philosophy's most enduring questions. What makes you, you? In 1694, John Locke tackled this puzzle in his Essay Concerning Human Understanding, proposing that personal identity relies primarily on psychological continuity, particularly memory and consciousness. Locke argued that a prince and a cobbler switching minds would result in the prince's identity following his memories and consciousness into the cobbler's body, rather than staying with his original physical form. Yet this seemingly sensible theory runs into fascinating complications. Consider the famous Ship of Theseus, first discussed by Plutarch in the 1st century CE. If we gradually replace every plank and component of a ship until none of the original material remains, is it still the same ship? Apply this to human identity. Our bodies replace most of their cells every 7 to 10 years. Are we still the same person? The philosopher Derek Parfit expanded on this in his 1984 work, Reasons and Persons, introducing thought experiments about teleportation and gradual replacement of brain cells with artificial components. The plot thickens when we consider memory's role in identity. Your memories from 5 years ago were formed by a physically different brain than the one you have now, yet you consider them your memories. But memories are notoriously unreliable. Studies at the University of California by Elizabeth Loftus in the 1970s demonstrated how easily false memories can be implanted. If our memories can't be trusted, and our physical form is constantly changing. What anchors our identity? Modern neuroscience adds another layer of complexity. Research at MIT's McGovern Institute has shown that memories are not stored like files in a computer, but are reconstructed each time we recall them. Every memory is essentially a new creation, colored by our current context and understanding. This raises profound questions about the reliability of psychological continuity as a basis for personal identity. The implications extend far beyond philosophical thought experiments. Consider patients with severe amnesia or advanced Alzheimer's disease. When someone loses their memories, are they still the same person? Many family members of Alzheimer's patients report feeling like their loved one becomes a different person as the disease progresses. Yet something of their essential nature often remains. A laugh, a gesture, a way of showing affection, suggesting identity might run deeper than just our memories and conscious experiences. Buddhist philosophy offers an intriguing alternative perspective, suggesting that our attachment to a fixed personal identity is itself an illusion. The concept of a Natman, no self, proposes that what we consider our self is actually a continuous flow of interconnected experiences, rather than a fixed, unchanging essence. This view aligns surprisingly well with modern neuroscience's understanding of consciousness as a dynamic process rather than a static entity. Returning to our laboratory scenario, perhaps the most unsettling realization isn't the existence of copies, but the recognition that we're all constantly changing, constantly being recreated moment by moment. The you who started reading this segment is already slightly different from the you reading these words now. Every experience, every thought, every interaction subtly alters who we are. Yet somehow, through all these changes, through the unreliability of memory and the constant renewal of our physical form, most of us maintain a remarkably stable sense of self. Like a river that keeps its identity despite every drop of water being different from moment to moment, perhaps personal identity is less about maintaining exact sameness and more about maintaining continuity of flow, a pattern that persists even as its components change. The scientist in our laboratory might have proof that neither copy is the original, but in a deeper sense, none of us are ever truly original for very long. We're all ships of Theseus, constantly rebuilt while somehow maintaining our course through the waters of existence. The hedonic treadmill mystery. You're standing in your kitchen, staring at the most magnificent chocolate cake you've ever baked. The ganache is perfect, the layers are even, and it's everything you dreamed it would be. 2 hours later, you've eaten a slice and it was transcendent, pure happiness in dessert form. The next day, you have another slice. It's still good, but somehow different. By the 4th day, it's just cake. Nice cake, but the magic has faded. You've just stumbled into one of philosophy's most puzzling paradoxes about human happiness, and it's far deeper than a simple case of diminishing returns. In 1971, psychologists Philip Brickman and Donald Campbell introduced a revolutionary concept in their paper, Hedonic Relativism and Planning the Good Society. They described what they called the hedonic treadmill, a psychological phenomenon suggesting that humans have a relatively stable baseline level of happiness, and no matter what happens to us, we tend to return to this set point. The implications were staggering. Winning the lottery, getting married, suffering accidents, or experiencing profound loss might temporarily shift our happiness levels, but given enough time, we'd inevitably drift back to our personal baseline. This wasn't just theoretical musing. Brickman, along with colleagues Coates and Janoff Bullman, published a groundbreaking study in 1978 comparing lottery winners to accident victims who had become paralyzed. The results were astounding. While lottery winners initially experienced intense joy and accident victims profound despair, within a year both groups had largely returned to their baseline happiness levels. The lottery winners found their daily pleasures less enjoyable than before, while the accident victims found unexpected joy in simple experiences they'd previously taken for granted. But here's where the mystery deepens. If we're all stuck on this psychological treadmill, perpetually running toward happiness, but never really getting anywhere. Why did evolution design us this way? The answer lies in an unexpected parallel with drug addiction. Just as addicts require increasingly larger doses to achieve the same effect, our brains seem wired to pursue ever greater achievements or pleasures. This isn't a flaw, it's a feature. Our ancestors who remained satisfied with their current situation might have survived, but those who kept striving for more, better tools, safer shelters, stronger alliances, were more likely to pass on their genes. This leads us to two fascinating philosophical implications. First, there's the question of whether true, lasting happiness is even possible. The Greek philosopher Epicurus argued that the key to happiness lay in accepting natural limitations and finding contentment in simple pleasures. But the hedonic treadmill suggests our brains are actively working against this wisdom. We're caught in what philosopher Thomas Nagel might call an absurd position: conscious beings capable of understanding our predicament, but seemingly powerless to escape it. The second implication is even more intriguing. If we inevitably adapt to both positive and negative life changes, what does this tell us about the nature of consciousness itself? The philosopher David Chalmers, in discussing the hard problem of consciousness, points out that subjective experience, how things feel to us, is fundamentally different from objective reality. The hedonic treadmill might be evidence that consciousness isn't designed to measure absolute states, but rather to detect changes and contrasts. Like a thermometer that recalibrates itself, our consciousness might be less about experiencing fixed levels of happiness and more about noticing shifts in our condition. This brings us back to that chocolate cake in your kitchen. The cake didn't change, your brain did. It adjusted its baseline, recalibrated its pleasure sensors, and moved the goalposts of satisfaction. Just as a person living in Finland might find 15 degrees Celsius warm, while someone from Spain finds it chilly, our experience of happiness is relative to our recent past. We're not so much running on a treadmill as constantly redrawing the map of what happiness means to us. And perhaps that's the real mystery of the hedonic treadmill. Not that we return to a baseline, but that this perpetual recalibration might be the very thing that makes consciousness possible. Like the friend who's always chasing the next big thing but never seems any happier for it, we might be trapped in an endless pursuit, not because we're flawed, but because that very pursuit is what makes us human. After all, if you could feel the same transcendent joy from every slice of cake, would you ever be motivated to bake something new? The paradox of perception. You're staring at your morning coffee, watching the steam rise in lazy spirals, when suddenly a disturbing thought hits you. The rich brown liquid you're seeing, the bitter aroma filling your nostrils, the warmth seeping through the ceramic mug into your palms. None of it might actually exist. In fact, you might not even have hands to feel the mug, or eyes to see the coffee, or indeed a brain to contemplate this rather unsettling proposition. And yet, here you are, contemplating it. This rather uncomfortable morning revelation touches on one of philosophy's most persistent and fascinating puzzles: the paradox of perception. At its core, this paradox emerges from a deceptively simple question: how can we trust our senses to accurately represent reality when those same senses are our only way of experiencing reality? It's rather like trying to verify the accuracy of a measuring tape using only that same measuring tape. The ancient Greeks were among the first to formally wrestle with this conundrum. Plato's allegory of the cave, presented in The Republic around 380 BCE, illustrated this beautifully by describing prisoners who mistake shadows on a wall for reality, having never experienced anything else. But it was René Descartes who really pushed this paradox to its logical extreme in his 1641 work, Meditations on First Philosophy. Descartes proposed that for all we know, an evil demon might be deceiving us about everything we perceive, a philosophical predecessor to the modern brain in a vat scenario or the popular film concept of simulated reality. The scientific understanding of perception adds another layer of complexity to this philosophical puzzle. When you look at that cup of coffee, photons bounce off its surface and strike your retina, triggering electrochemical signals that travel through your optic nerve to your brain. Your brain then constructs an image based on these signals. But here's the curious bit. The actual experience of seeing the coffee happens entirely in your brain, in complete darkness. The same goes for all sensory experiences. They're essentially interpretations created by your brain based on electrical signals. This leads us to a rather remarkable realization. Everything you've ever experienced, every sunset, every kiss, every cup of tea, every moment of your life, has been, in a very real sense, a construction of your brain. It's as if we're all living in our own personal virtual reality simulations, built from sensory data and shaped by our neural architecture. The world you experience isn't the world itself, but rather your brain's best guess at what's out there. Modern neuroscience has revealed just how elaborate this construction can be. Studies of phenomena like change blindness and inattentional blindness, extensively documented by researchers like Daniel Simons and Christopher Chabris in their famous 1999 invisible gorilla experiment, show that we often fail to notice significant changes in our environment. Our brains actively fill in gaps in our perception, creating a seamless experience that masks the limitations of our sensory systems. This brings us to two fascinating implications. First, there's the question of shared reality. If each of us experiences the world through our own unique perceptual construction, how can we be sure we're experiencing the same reality? The color you call red might appear entirely different to someone else, yet we'd never know because we've both learned to use the same word for our different experiences, a concept philosophers call the inverted spectrum. Second, there's the deeper question of whether objective reality exists independently of perception. Quantum mechanics, particularly through experiments like the double-slit experiment first performed by Thomas Young in 1801, suggests that the act of observation itself might influence reality at its most fundamental level. This seems to blur the line between perceiver and perceived in ways that would have given even Descartes a headache. And yet, despite these philosophical quandaries, you're still sitting there with your coffee, which has probably gone cold while you've been pondering these matters. The steam has stopped rising, but the paradox remains. Everything you know about reality comes through the very senses whose reliability you're questioning. It's rather like trying to verify the trustworthiness of a witness who's also the only person who saw what happened. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about the paradox of perception isn't the philosophical uncertainty it creates, but rather how well we function despite it. Every day, billions of people successfully navigate their worlds, have conversations, solve problems, and drink their coffee, all while their brains construct their experienced reality from patterns of electrochemical signals. In the end, maybe that's the real paradox. Not that we can't be certain about the nature of reality, but that we can live so comfortably with that uncertainty. The Gettier Problem. You're driving down a country road at dusk, following what appears to be the red taillights of another car ahead. As you round a bend, you discover it wasn't a car at all, but rather two red lanterns hanging from a farmer's gate. Yet at that exact moment, there actually was a red car just beyond the gate, hidden from your view by a small hill. You were right about there being a car ahead of you, but for entirely wrong reasons. Were you truly knowledgeable about what lay ahead, or just accidentally correct? This peculiar scenario cuts to the heart of one of philosophy's most elegant challenges to our understanding of knowledge itself. For nearly 2,000 years, philosophers had largely accepted Plato's definition of knowledge as justified true belief, an idea that seemed to perfectly capture what it means to truly know something. That is, until 1963, when Edmund Gettier published a remarkable 3-page paper titled "Is Justified True Belief Knowledge?" that would revolutionize epistemology. Gettier's paper presented two deceptively simple thought experiments that demonstrated how someone could have a belief that was both justified and true, yet somehow failed to qualify as genuine knowledge. In one famous example, Smith has strong evidence to believe that Jones owns a Ford. Smith also randomly forms the belief that either Jones owns a Ford or Brown is in Barcelona. Since Smith is justified in believing Jones has a Ford, he's also justified in believing this disjunction. As it happens, Jones doesn't actually own a Ford, but, by pure coincidence, Brown really is in Barcelona. Thus, Smith's belief in the disjunction is both justified and true, yet it seems wrong to say Smith actually knows this fact. The implications of Gettier's challenge run remarkably deep. Consider how many of our supposedly justified true beliefs might actually be correct only by accident. Perhaps you check your watch at noon, see it displays 12:00, and form the justified true belief that it is noon. But unknown to you, your watch actually stopped working exactly 12 hours ago. You just happened to check it at the one moment of the day when its incorrect display showed the right time. The philosopher Alvin Goldman explored this type of scenario in his 1967 paper, A Causal Theory of Knowing, arguing that genuine knowledge requires the right kind of causal connection between your belief and the truth. The Gettier problem opens up fascinating questions about the nature of luck in our pursuit of knowledge. The philosopher Linda Zagzebski suggested that Gettier cases always involve a double dose of luck. Bad luck that would normally prevent knowledge, followed by good luck that makes the belief true anyway. In our driving scenario, you had the bad luck of mistaking lanterns for taillights, but the good luck that there happened to be an actual car there. This cancelling out of luck seems to preserve justified true belief while failing to produce genuine knowledge. The philosophical implications extend far beyond abstract thought experiments. Consider scientific discoveries where researchers reach the right conclusion through flawed reasoning or contaminated data. In 1928, Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin after accidentally leaving a petri dish uncovered, a case of reaching a monumentally important truth through what might be considered unjustified means. While Fleming's subsequent work provided proper justification, it raises questions about the role of luck and justification in scientific knowledge. The Gettier problem has prompted philosophers to propose various additional conditions for knowledge beyond justified true belief. Some suggest we need a no false lemmas condition, ensuring our reasoning doesn't rely on any false premises. Others argue for a safety condition, that our belief couldn't easily have been false under slightly different circumstances. Still others, like Timothy Williamson, have proposed that knowledge is actually conceptually prior to belief and justification, rather than being built from them. As we return to our evening drive, perhaps we can appreciate how the Gettier problem illuminates the fascinating complexity of human knowledge. Those deceptive red lanterns remind us that being right isn't always the same as knowing, and that the gap between truth and knowledge might be wider than we imagined. Rather fitting that one of philosophy's most profound challenges to our understanding of knowledge came from a mere 3 pages that accidentally revolutionized 2,000 years of epistemological thinking. The paradox of non-being. You're having a perfectly normal evening at home when you suddenly realize that you're thinking about nothing, not in the meditative sense of emptying your mind, but literally contemplating the concept of nothing itself. And in that moment, as your brain attempts to grasp nothingness, something peculiar happens. You find yourself thinking very intensely about something, namely nothing, which means you're not actually thinking about nothing at all. Your head starts to spin as you realize that even attempting to think about nothing creates something, and you've stumbled headfirst into one of philosophy's most enduring puzzles. This conundrum, known as the paradox of non-being, first gained prominence through Parmenides' poem On Nature around 475 BCE. In this groundbreaking work, Parmenides argued that it's impossible to speak or think about what does not exist, because in doing so, we immediately transform non-being into a kind of being. As he famously declared, "What is. What is not, cannot be." This seemingly simple statement launched centuries of philosophical debate and continues to challenge our understanding of existence, language, and thought itself. The paradox becomes even more fascinating when we examine its logical structure. To say nothing exists is to make a statement about nothing, which implies that nothing must be something about which statements can be made. But if nothing is something about which we can make true statements, then it seems to have some sort of existence, which contradicts its very nature as nothing. This circular trap was further explored in Plato's dialogue Sophist, circa 360 BCE, where he grappled with how we can meaningfully discuss non-existence without falling into contradiction. The implications extend far beyond mere wordplay. Consider how this paradox affects our understanding of creation myths and scientific theories about the universe's origin. When we ask, what existed before the Big Bang? Or what lies outside the universe? We're attempting to conceptualize a nothing that precedes or surrounds everything. But as philosophers like Martin Heidegger noted in his 1929 work, What is Metaphysics? Zerania, even when we try to think about absolute nothingness, we inevitably think about it as something, a void, an absence or a lack, which means we've already failed to grasp true nothingness. This paradox also raises profound questions about the nature of thought and language themselves. Ludwig Wittgenstein, in his Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, 1921, suggested that the limits of our language define the limits of our world. If we cannot truly think or speak about nothing without transforming it into something, perhaps this reveals fundamental constraints on human consciousness and our ability to conceptualize certain ideas. The philosopher Graham Priest has more recently argued in Beyond the Limits of Thought, 1995, that such paradoxes aren't merely linguistic puzzles, but point to genuine contradictions in reality itself. The paradox takes on new relevance when we consider modern physics and mathematics. The concept of zero, which revolutionized mathematics, represents an attempt to symbolize nothing, yet zero itself is definitely something, a crucial mathematical concept without which much of our numerical system would collapse. Similarly, quantum physics deals with vacuum states that are never truly empty, but filled with quantum fluctuations, suggesting that even in the physical world, absolute nothingness might be impossible. These philosophical investigations into non-being have practical implications for how we understand negation, absence, and loss in our daily lives. When we think about the death of a loved one or the end of a relationship, we're confronting a particular kind of nothing, the absence of something that once was. Yet our very ability to feel that absence transforms it into a presence of its own kind, much like the way a missing tooth becomes a tangible entity through the space it leaves behind. As you return from this philosophical journey to your evening at home, you might notice that your attempt to think about nothing has actually filled your mind with something quite substantial, a deeper appreciation for the paradoxical nature of existence itself. Perhaps Parmenides was right all along. What is not cannot be thought about, precisely because thinking about it transforms it into what is. And in that transformation, we find ourselves back where we started, contemplating the fascinating impossibility of truly contemplating nothing at all. The problem of mental causation. You're sitting in your favorite chair, craving a cup of tea. Seconds later, you find yourself walking to the kitchen, kettle in hand, executing a series of precise physical movements that will culminate in the perfect brew. But wait, how exactly did that mere thought, that ethereal desire for tea, cause your body to move? Your mental state, a simple wish for a warm drink, somehow reached across the divide between mind and matter to generate physical action. This seemingly mundane sequence masks one of philosophy's most persistent and perplexing puzzles, the problem of mental causation. The challenge of explaining how our thoughts can influence our actions has troubled philosophers since René Descartes first articulated his dualist framework in 1641's Meditations on First Philosophy. Descartes proposed that the mind and body were fundamentally different substances, the mind being non-physical and the body being purely mechanical. While this neatly explained certain aspects of consciousness, it created an immediate problem. How could a non-physical mind possibly interact with a physical body? Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia famously pressed Descartes on this very point in their correspondence, forcing him to acknowledge the difficulty of explaining this mysterious interaction. The problem becomes even more acute when we consider modern physics. The physical world appears to be causally closed, meaning that every physical event has a sufficient physical cause. If you trace back the chain of events that led to your hand reaching for the kettle, you'll find a series of neural firings, muscle contractions, and electrochemical signals, all thoroughly physical processes. But where in this chain of physical causation does your mental desire for tea enter the picture? If physical events already have complete physical causes, what room is left for mental causation? Donald Davidson attempted to resolve this tension in his 1970 paper, Mental Events, by proposing a theory called anomalous monism. He suggested that while mental events are identical to physical events, hence monism, there are no strict laws connecting mental properties to physical properties, hence anomalous. This would preserve both the causal closure of physics and the reality of mental causation. However, critics like Jaegwon Kim have argued that this approach ultimately reduces mental properties to mere epiphenomena, causally ineffective shadows of physical processes. The implications stretch far beyond tea-making. If mental states can't genuinely cause physical events, what becomes of human agency and free will? Every decision you've ever made, every creative breakthrough, every moral choice, would these all be mere illusions, with the real causal work being done entirely by neural circuitry? The problem of mental causation threatens to reduce consciousness itself to a mere spectator of physical processes. Some philosophers have proposed more radical solutions. David Chalmers has suggested that consciousness might be a fundamental feature of the universe, like space, time, or mass. This panpsychist approach would give mental properties a place in the basic fabric of reality, potentially explaining their causal powers. Others, like Daniel Dennett, argue that we need to revise our intuitive understanding of consciousness altogether, seeing it as more of an user illusion than a mysterious non-physical force. The debate connects surprisingly to quantum mechanics, where the role of consciousness in collapsing the wave function remains contentious. The von Neumann-Wigner interpretation suggests that conscious observation plays a special role in quantum mechanics, potentially providing a scientific framework for mental causation. However, most physicists remain skeptical of giving consciousness such a privileged position in physical theory. Perhaps most fascinating is how this philosophical puzzle manifests in our daily experience. Every time you act on a thought, every time an idea leads to movement, you're enacting this mystery. Your morning tea routine is a philosophical experiment in progress, a lived demonstration of the mind-body problem that has puzzled thinkers for centuries. As you sit back in your chair, tea in hand, consider this. The very act of contemplating the problem of mental causation involves mental states supposedly causing physical changes in your brain. The paradox recursively applies to our attempts to understand it. Your puzzlement about mental causation is itself an example of mental causation, creating a delightfully absurd philosophical loop that would have amused Douglas Adams himself. And yet, here we are, somehow managing to turn our thoughts into actions, our intentions into movements, our desires into reality. Whether through some yet undiscovered mechanism, a fundamental revision of our concepts, or perhaps a solution we can't even conceive of with our current understanding. The fact remains that you did get up and make that tea. Sometimes the deepest philosophical mysteries are hiding in our most ordinary actions, waiting to be noticed by minds curious enough to question what everyone else takes for granted. The unity of consciousness paradox. You're standing in a room, looking at a red rose while listening to Mozart's Symphony No. 1, 40. The deep crimson petals catch the light as the melancholic strings fill the air, and somehow, impossibly, these distinct sensory experiences merge into a single unified moment of consciousness. But how? Your brain processes visual information in the occipital lobe, sound in the temporal lobe, and these neural activities occur in physically separate regions. Yet you don't experience a fragmented collection of sight and sound. You experience one seamless moment. This is the unity of consciousness paradox, first formally articulated by Immanuel Kant in his 1781 Critique of Pure Reason, though philosophers had grappled with versions of it for centuries prior. The paradox emerges from an apparent contradiction. Our conscious experience feels fundamentally unified, yet the underlying neural processes that create it are distinctly separated in space and time. The significance of this paradox became dramatically clear in split-brain studies conducted by Roger Sperry and Michael Gazzaniga in the 1960s. They worked with patients who had undergone corpus callosotomy, a surgical procedure that severs the connection between the brain's hemispheres to treat severe epilepsy. When these patients were shown different images in each visual field, their left and right hemispheres demonstrated independent consciousness, yet the patients still reported experiencing a unified sense of self. This presents us with a rather thorny problem. If consciousness emerges from neural activity, and neural activity is distributed across different brain regions processing different types of information at different times, how does it all come together into one seamless experience? It's rather like having an orchestra where each section plays in a different building, yet somehow produces a perfectly synchronized symphony. The plot thickens when we consider the temporal aspect of consciousness. Modern neuroscience tells us that different sensory information takes different amounts of time to process. Visual information takes about 50 milliseconds to reach conscious awareness, while touch takes around 150 milliseconds. Yet when you simultaneously see and touch an object, the experience feels perfectly synchronized. Your brain is performing a remarkable feat of temporal orchestration, creating what philosopher Daniel Dennett calls the multiple drafts of consciousness. But perhaps the most perplexing aspect of this paradox lies in what's known as the binding problem. When you look at that red rose while listening to Mozart, your brain processes color, shape, motion, and sound in different neural networks. The color red is processed separately from the shape of the petals, which is processed separately from the movement of the flower swaying in the breeze. Yet, you don't experience these as separate features. They're bound together into a unified percept. This leads us to an even deeper question about the nature of consciousness itself. Is there a central headquarters in the brain where all this information comes together? Neuroscientist Francis Crick and philosopher David Chalmers propose the idea of a neural correlate of consciousness, a specific pattern of brain activity that corresponds to conscious experience. But this just pushes the paradox back a step. If there's a central integration point, who or what is doing the integrating? The implications of this paradox extend far beyond neuroscience. They touch on fundamental questions about the nature of self and identity. If our conscious experience is constructed from multiple parallel processes, what does this mean for our sense of having a single, unified self? The Buddhist tradition has long maintained that the unified self is an illusion. Perhaps they were onto something. Modern theories like integrated information theory, developed by Giulio Tononi, suggest that consciousness itself might be a fundamental property of information integration. In this view, the unity of consciousness isn't something that needs to be explained. It's what consciousness is. But this leads us to equally puzzling questions about the nature of information and integration. As we wrap up our examination of this particular paradox, it's worth noting that you're still in that room, experiencing the red rose and Mozart's symphony as one unified moment. The fact that you can contemplate the paradoxical nature of this experience while simultaneously having it adds yet another layer to the mystery. Perhaps the unity of consciousness is less like a puzzle to be solved and more like a fundamental feature of reality to be wondered at, rather like the way a British cup of tea is simultaneously hot and wet, bitter and sweet, comforting and invigorating, all in one unified experience. The phenomenal binding problem. You're staring at a bowl of mixed fruit, admiring its vibrant colors, when suddenly your brain helpfully reminds you that what you're experiencing is utterly impossible. That perfect red apple with its smooth skin and gentle gradient from crimson to russet. Your brain is processing its color in one region, its shape in another, its motion, as you rotate it, in yet another, and its semantic meaning as apple in still another area entirely. Yet somehow, against all logical explanation, you're experiencing one unified apple, not a disjointed collection of separate sensory fragments. Welcome to the phenomenal binding problem, perhaps the most profound mystery hiding in plain sight within your own consciousness. The binding problem first emerged as a serious philosophical puzzle in the late 19th century, though its roots trace back to Kant's unity of consciousness. It gained prominence through the work of Wolfsinger and Francis Crick in the 1990s, particularly through Singer's research on neural synchrony and Crick's paper The Astonishing Hypothesis, 1994. The core issue they identified was deceptively simple. How does our brain, with its distributed processing across distinct neural regions, create unified conscious experiences? Consider what happens when you look at that apple again. Your visual cortex processes different features in physically separate areas. V, handles color. MT processes motion. IT recognizes objects, and so on. These regions are centimeters apart in your brain, processing information with slight temporal differences. Yet somehow, you don't experience a colorless shape that later gains redness, or motion that's disconnected from the object's form. You experience one coherent apple, with all its features perfectly bound together in conscious awareness. This becomes even more perplexing when we consider the temporal binding problem. Different sensory information travels at different speeds. Visual information takes longer to process than auditory information. Touch sensations arrive at different times depending on distance from your brain, and various features of visual objects themselves are processed at different speeds. Yet somehow, your conscious experience presents everything in perfect synchrony. When you bite into the apple, the crunch sound, the tactile sensation, the visual movement, and the taste all align perfectly in your experience, despite your brain processing them through different pathways at different speeds. The implications of this problem extend far beyond mere sensory integration. As philosopher Tim Bain pointed out in his 2010 work, The Unity of Consciousness, the binding problem challenges our very understanding of consciousness itself. If our conscious experience is unified while our brain processing is distributed, where exactly does this unification occur? There's no Cartesian theatre in the brain, no central screen where all this information comes together for a homunculus to observe. This leads us to what David Chalmers termed the combination problem. How do multiple separate neural processes combine to create a single, unified, conscious experience? Some theorists, like Antonio Damasio, suggest that binding occurs through time-locked neural synchrony, where neurons processing different features of the same object fire in precise temporal coordination. Others, like Semir Zeki, propose that binding happens asynchronously, with consciousness itself being distributed across different processing regions. Still others, including quantum consciousness theorists like Roger Penrose, suggest that quantum effects might somehow enable binding at a fundamental physical level. The most fascinating aspect of the binding problem might be its implications for our understanding of the self. Your conscious experience isn't just bound in terms of sensory features, it's bound across time, memory, and self-awareness into one coherent narrative of experience. As you contemplate that apple, your immediate sensory experience binds seamlessly with your memories of past apples, your knowledge about apples in general, your predictions about its taste, and your sense of yourself as the observer of all this. This diachronic binding across time and self-reference presents an even deeper mystery than the binding of immediate sensory features. And so we return to our fruit bowl, now transformed from a simple collection of produce into a philosophical puzzle of profound implications. Every moment of your conscious experience, from the simplest sensation to the most complex thought, involves this mysterious binding of distributed processes into unified experience. The fact that you can consider this problem at all, experiencing it as a single coherent thought, while simultaneously seeing, hearing, and feeling your environment as one unified conscious experience might be the most remarkable demonstration of the binding problem itself. The problem of the many. You're standing in your garden, gazing up at a particularly magnificent cloud drifting across the late afternoon sky. As you admire its crisp white edges against the deep blue backdrop, you decide to count exactly how many clouds you're looking at. Simple enough, surely. But as you trace the boundaries with your finger, you notice a few tiny wisps of vapor at the edges. Are they part of your cloud? Separate clouds? No clouds at all? The longer you look, the more uncertain you become, until suddenly that single, seemingly straightforward cloud has dissolved into a philosophical nightmare that's haunted thinkers for centuries. The problem of the many, first formally articulated by Peter Unger in his 1980 paper, The Problem of the Many, challenges our most basic assumptions about what constitutes a single object. The paradox emerges from the observation that for many ordinary objects, particularly those with fuzzy or indeterminate boundaries, there appear to be many equally valid candidates for being that object, with no clear way to determine which is the real one. Consider our cloud. At its core, it's a collection of water droplets suspended in the atmosphere. But which specific droplets constitute the cloud? If we include a particular droplet that's slightly separated from the main mass, we have one candidate for being the cloud. If we exclude it, we have another. Since there are countless such borderline droplets, we end up with thousands, perhaps millions, of slightly different but equally valid collections of droplets, each with an equal claim to being the cloud. The implications extend far beyond meteorology. Take mountains, for instance. In 1953, the British successfully climbed Mount Everest, or did they? Which precise collection of rocks, ice, and snow did they actually climb? There are countless slightly different collections of matter, each differing by perhaps just a few grains of snow, that could equally qualify as Mount Everest. The paradox becomes even more unsettling when applied to ourselves. Which precise collection of atoms constitutes you? With cells constantly dying and being replaced, skin flaking off, and atoms being exchanged with the environment, there seem to be many equally valid candidates for being you at any given moment. Traditional philosophical approaches to identity and objecthood struggle with this problem. The law of non-contradiction tells us that contradictory statements cannot both be true. Something cannot both be and not be a part of an object at the same time. Yet with objects like clouds, mountains, or even persons, we seem forced to accept that certain portions both are and aren't part of the object, depending on which equally valid candidate we consider. Peter Unger's original solution was rather radical. He suggested that there are no clouds, mountains, or ordinary objects at all. If the existence of such objects leads to logical contradictions, perhaps we should abandon our belief in them entirely. This perspective, known as mereological nihilism, solves the problem by eliminating it. There can't be many clouds if there are no clouds at all. David Lewis proposed a more moderate solution in his 1993 paper, Many, but Almost One. He suggested that while there are indeed many different candidates for being any given object, they're all so similar and so significantly overlap that for practical purposes, we can treat them as almost one. When we talk about the cloud, we're referring to this collection of almost identical candidates rather than any single precise collection of water droplets. This brings us to a fascinating implication about the nature of language and thought. Perhaps our concepts of discrete objects are more like useful approximations than precise descriptions of reality. Just as Newtonian physics provides a practical framework for everyday calculations, while quantum mechanics reveals a deeper, fuzzier reality, our ordinary object concepts might be practical tools that gloss over an underlying metaphysical complexity. The problem of the many thus reveals something profound about human cognition and our relationship with reality. We naturally pass the world into discrete objects, clouds, mountains, people, because doing so helps us navigate and understand our environment. But when we look closely enough, these seemingly solid categories begin to dissolve into uncertainty. As you stand in your garden, still contemplating that troublesome cloud, You might find comfort in knowing that its refusal to be precisely counted reflects not a failure of perception or understanding, but rather a fundamental feature of reality itself. Sometimes it seems the most precise answer we can give is many, but almost one. The paradox of rule following. You're sitting in a third-grade classroom, watching a young student confidently solve a series of addition problems. 2 plus 2 equals 4, 5 plus 3 equals 8, 7 plus 4 equals 11. Then comes 68 plus 57, and their face scrunches in confusion before they write, 68 plus 57 equals 2. The teacher gently suggests this might not be correct, but the student protests. They've been following the pattern perfectly. You see, they notice that in all the previous problems you simply take the first number mentioned and add 2. 2 plus anything equals 4, 5 plus anything equals 7, and therefore 68 plus anything must equal 70. Their logic is internally consistent, yet somehow deeply wrong. But proving exactly why it's wrong leads us down one of philosophy's most perplexing rabbit holes. This apparent child's mistake illuminates what philosopher Saul Kripke called the skeptical paradox of rule following, building on Ludwig Wittgenstein's observations in his 1953 work, Philosophical Investigations. The fundamental question is deceptively simple. How do we know we're following any rule correctly? Take our basic arithmetic. We've solved countless addition problems in our lives, but how can we be certain that we're applying the rule of addition the same way each time? Perhaps, like our young student, we've simply been following a different pattern all along without realizing it. In his 1982 book, Wittgenstein on Rules and Private Language, Kripke formalized this paradox through a thought experiment involving an unusual mathematical operation he called quoos. Imagine that quoos operates exactly like regular addition for all numbers we've previously encountered, but for any sum greater than 57, it always returns 2. Under this definition, 68 plus 57 equals 2 would be correct. The disturbing implication is that based solely on our past experiences with mathematics, we cannot definitively prove that we've been performing addition rather than quoos all along. Each new calculation could, theoretically, diverge from what we consider normal addition, and we'd have no logical foundation to claim it was wrong. This isn't merely a mathematical curiosity, it strikes at the heart of how we understand meaning and follow rules in every domain of life. Consider language itself. When we use the word green, we assume we're following the same rule of meaning each time. But how can we be certain that green doesn't actually mean blue on Thursdays, or GRU? Philosopher Nelson Goodman's famous concept of something that appears green until some future date, after which it appears blue. Every rule we think we're following could potentially contain hidden variations we've never encountered. The paradox extends even further into two fascinating directions. First, it challenges our understanding of private mental experiences. If we can't be certain we're following rules consistently, how can we trust our own memories and sensations? The pain you felt yesterday, are you sure you're applying the concept of pain the same way today? Second, it raises profound questions about artificial intelligence and machine learning. When we program computers to follow rules, how can we be confident they're genuinely understanding the rules rather than accidentally implementing some QoS-like variation that only becomes apparent in edge cases? This seems to lead us to an impossible conclusion. If we can't prove we're following any rule correctly, then all meaning and understanding becomes impossible. Yet clearly, we do communicate successfully and solve mathematics problems correctly most of the time. Wittgenstein's solution, which he developed through careful analysis of how we actually learn and use rules, suggests that rule following isn't about private mental states or abstract logical proofs. Instead, it's fundamentally social. We learn rules through practice within a community, and their correctness is verified through shared agreement in form of life. The young student in our classroom isn't wrong because they've violated some abstract mathematical truth. They're wrong because their interpretation doesn't align with the established practices of our mathematical community. Yet this solution, while practical, leaves some philosophers unsatisfied. It seems to replace absolute mathematical truth with mere social convention. Perhaps that's the price we pay for escaping the paradox, accepting that even our most fundamental rules rest not on logical bedrock, but on the shifting sands of human agreement. And so you sit in that classroom, watching the student gradually learn the conventional way to add numbers, and you realize that what you're witnessing isn't just the correction of a mistake. It's the integration of a new mind into our shared understanding of reality, our collective agreement about what it means to follow a rule. In the end, maybe that's all any of us are doing, not discovering eternal truths, but participating in an enormously complex dance of mutual understanding. Each step guided by rules we can never fully prove, but somehow manage to follow together. The Epicurean death puzzle. You're lying awake at 3 a.m., staring at the ceiling, gripped by that familiar late-night existential dread about your own mortality. But here's the curious thing. You've been dead before. For the vast majority of time, for billions upon billions of years before your birth, you simply didn't exist. And yet, that near infinity of non-existence doesn't seem to bother you at all. So why does the prospect of future non-existence fill you with such profound anxiety? This asymmetry in our attitudes toward past and future non-existence was first pointed out by the ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus in his letter to Menocius around 300 BCE. Epicurus argued that death cannot be bad for the person who dies, because when death is present, we are not, and when we are present, death is not. This seemingly simple observation has puzzled philosophers for over 2 millennia, spawning countless debates about the nature of existence, time, and personal identity. The puzzle becomes even more intriguing when we examine it closely. Consider that most of us feel quite neutral about the fact that we didn't exist during the Renaissance, or when the pyramids were built, or when the first fish crawled onto land. We don't lie awake lamenting our absence from the Battle of Hastings or the signing of the Magna Carta. Yet the thought of not existing during the year 2525 can fill us with a peculiar sort of dread. Both states are essentially identical. They're periods where we don't exist. The only difference is their temporal location relative to our current existence. This temporal asymmetry in our attitudes connects to deeper questions about the nature of time itself. The philosopher Derek Parfit, in his 1984 work, Reasons and Persons, explored this concept through thought experiments about personal identity and psychological continuity. He suggested that our fear of future non-existence might be tied to the way we perceive time's arrow and our psychological connection to our future selves. We feel connected to our future selves in a way we simply can't feel connected to our past potential selves. The implications of this puzzle extend far beyond mere philosophical curiosity. Studies in cognitive psychology, particularly the work of terror management theory researchers like Sheldon Solomon, have shown that our awareness of death profoundly influences human behavior, from our cultural beliefs to our consumer choices. The 1986 book, The Denial of Death, by Ernest Becker, which won the Pulitzer Prize, argues that much of human civilization itself might be understood as an elaborate defense mechanism against our knowledge of mortality. But perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the Epicurean death puzzle lies in its connection to consciousness and personal identity. Modern neuroscience, particularly the work of researchers like Christoph Koch at the Allen Institute for Brain Science, suggests that consciousness might be better understood as a continuous process rather than a fixed state. This raises intriguing questions about what exactly ceases when we cease to exist. Are we mourning the end of conscious experience, or something more fundamental about our sense of self? The puzzle also intersects with cutting-edge physics. The physicist Carlo Rovelli's relational interpretation of quantum mechanics suggests that time itself might not be as fundamental as we think. In his 2018 book, The Order of Time, Rovelli argues that our perception of time's flow might be more about our limited perspective than about reality itself. This could mean that our asymmetric attitudes toward past and future non-existence reflect our own psychological architecture, more than any fundamental truth about reality. At this point, you might be wondering if understanding this puzzle actually helps with that 3 a.m. anxiety. Rather amusingly, Epicurus himself would probably suggest that this entire intellectual exercise, while fascinating, somewhat misses his original point. His goal wasn't to solve the philosophical puzzle, it was to help people stop worrying about death altogether. As he put it, death is nothing to us, since when we are, death is not come, and when death is come, we are not. And perhaps there's something wonderfully liberating in that simple observation. Your non-existence after death will be exactly like your non-existence before birth, a state that by definition cannot be experienced and therefore cannot be unpleasant. So the next time you find yourself staring at the ceiling at 3 a.m., remember that you've already been not existing for billions of years, and it wasn't that bad at all. The problem of collective responsibility. You're standing in line at your local coffee shop, watching the barista struggle with an ancient espresso machine that's clearly seen better days. The drink quality has noticeably declined over the past months, yet you and everyone else continue to queue up each morning, grumbling but never speaking up. As you finally reach the counter and place your order, a thought strikes you. In this moment, are you personally responsible for the perpetuation of mediocre coffee in your neighborhood? And if so, how much of the responsibility is yours to bear? 1/15 for being one of 15 regular customers, or perhaps something more complex. This deceptively simple coffee shop scenario touches on one of philosophy's most challenging puzzles, the problem of collective responsibility. When a group of people contributes to a harmful outcome through their combined actions or inactions, how do we properly assign moral responsibility to individuals within that group? This question, far from being merely academic, lies at the heart of many of our most pressing contemporary challenges, from climate change to systemic social issues. The modern philosophical exploration of collective responsibility gained significant momentum in the aftermath of World War II, particularly through the work of Karl Jaspers in his 1947 book, The Question of German Guilt. Jaspers grappled with the thorny issue of how ordinary German citizens should be viewed in relation to the atrocities of the Nazi regime. He proposed 4 distinct types of guilt: criminal, political, moral, and metaphysical. This framework helped establish the foundation for our current understanding of how individual and collective responsibility interact. Hannah Arendt further developed these ideas in her 1963 work, Eichmann in Jerusalem, introducing the concept of the banality of evil, the notion that great moral catastrophes don't necessarily require actively malicious individuals, but can arise from the accumulated actions of ordinary people simply following the perceived normal course of action. This insight proves particularly relevant when we consider how collective responsibility operates in our daily lives. The philosophical complexity deepens when we consider what Christopher Kurtz termed complicity in his 2000 work, Complicity, Ethics and Law for a Collective Age. Kurtz argues that our traditional models of individual moral responsibility, inherited from Enlightenment philosophy, are inadequate for addressing the interconnected nature of modern ethical challenges. When harm results from the combined effects of many individual actions, none of which would be sufficient to cause the harm alone, how do we apportion responsibility? This brings us to an intriguing paradox, the problem of inconsequential contribution. If my individual action or inaction makes no noticeable difference to the outcome, like one person's choice to continue patronizing our mediocre coffee shop, how can I be morally responsible? Yet if we accept this logic, we create what Derek Parfit called the mistake in moral mathematics, the false conclusion that no one bears responsibility for collective outcomes. The implications extend far beyond coffee shops. Consider the phenomenon of cultural change. When a society's values shift, whether toward greater equality or increased polarization, who bears responsibility for that transformation? The philosophers, the politicians, the media, or perhaps every individual who, through countless small daily choices, either reinforced or challenged the status quo? Modern philosophers like Iris Marion Young have proposed moving beyond traditional notions of blame-based responsibility toward what she calls a social connection model of responsibility. In her 2011 work, Responsibility for Justice, Young argues that our connection to structural injustices creates forward-looking responsibilities to address them, regardless of our level of direct causation. This framework suggests that rather than calculating exact fractions of blame, we should focus on understanding our role in larger systems and our capacity to influence them. This brings us to a fascinating possibility. Perhaps the very act of dividing responsibility into discrete mathematical portions fundamentally misunderstands its nature. Much like quantum entanglement in physics, where particles can't be understood in isolation, maybe moral responsibility in collective contexts exists in a state of philosophical superposition, simultaneously individual and shared, personal and collective. As you finally receive your mediocre coffee and take your usual seat, you might wonder about your own place in this philosophical puzzle. Are you responsible for the quality of coffee in your neighborhood? Yes and no. The answer lies not in calculating percentages of blame, but in recognizing that you're part of a system that either maintains or transforms the status quo. And in that recognition lies both the burden of responsibility and the power to effect change. The paradox of self-reference. You're standing in front of your bathroom mirror late one night, tired after a long day, when something peculiar catches your attention. Your reflection is staring back at you, but it's also staring at its own reflection in its mirror, which contains another you staring at another reflection, and so on into infinite regression. As you ponder this infinite cascade of reflections reflecting reflections, your brain starts to feel a bit wobbly. And then it hits you. You're thinking about. Well, you see where this is going. This dizzying mental spiral you've just experienced touches the heart of one of philosophy's most fascinating and troublesome concepts, the paradox of self-reference. In its simplest form, self-reference occurs when something refers to or describes itself. But this seemingly innocent logical structure has been causing headaches for philosophers, mathematicians, and logicians for over 2 millennia. The ancient Greeks first stumbled upon this philosophical puzzle around 600 BCE, when Epimenides, a Cretan philosopher, made his famous declaration, "All Cretans are liars." If Epimenides is telling the truth, then he must be lying, since he's a Cretan. But if he's lying, then his statement must be true, and we're caught in an endless logical loop. This conundrum, later refined into the more direct "this statement is false," became known as the liar paradox, and has served as the prototype for all self-referential paradoxes. But the real depth of self-reference didn't become apparent until 1931, when Kurt Gödel published his incompleteness theorems. Gödel performed what amounts to an intellectual magic trick. He found a way to make mathematics talk about itself. By assigning numbers to mathematical statements, a process called Gödel numbering, he created mathematical statements that could effectively say, "This mathematical statement cannot be proven." The implications were staggering. Gödel showed that any consistent mathematical system complex enough to include basic arithmetic must contain statements that, while true, cannot be proven within that system. The rabbit hole goes deeper when we consider the human mind's capacity for self-reference. Douglas Hofstadter, in his 1979 masterwork, Gödel, Escher, Bach, An Eternal Golden Braid, explored how self-reference might be fundamental to consciousness itself. When you think about your own thoughts, you're creating what Hofstadter calls a strange loop, a cyclic structure that emerges from simple rules operating at a lower level, but somehow generates a higher level phenomenon that seems to transcend those rules. This leads us to 2 particularly fascinating implications. First, consider the nature of identity. When you say I, you're engaging in an act of self-reference. But what exactly is referring to what? Your conscious mind is somehow both the observer and the observed, the knower and the known. This self-referential nature of consciousness might explain why the question, "Who am I?" has puzzled philosophers for millennia. It's a question that contains its own impossibility. Secondly, there's the curious case of self-improving artificial intelligence. If an AI system were to modify its own code to become smarter, it would need to understand its own understanding, a self-referential task that might be fundamentally limited by something akin to Gödel's incompleteness theorems. Just as no mathematical system can fully describe itself, perhaps no intelligence can fully comprehend itself well enough to improve itself beyond certain bounds. The implications ripple out into everyday life in surprising ways. Consider the paradox of self-help books about overcoming overthinking, or the contradiction inherent in the advice, "Be spontaneous." Even the process of trying to fall asleep becomes paradoxical when you think about it. The harder you try to force yourself to sleep, the more your conscious attention prevents it from happening. These are all examples of self-reference creating logical knots in ordinary experience. So the next time you're caught in that infinite regression of mirror reflections, remember that you're not just looking at a visual curiosity. You're peering into one of the deepest mysteries of logic, mathematics, and consciousness itself. Like those endless reflections, each attempt to fully grasp self-reference seems to generate new layers of self-reference, suggesting that perhaps some paradoxes aren't meant to be resolved, but rather appreciated for the windows they open into the strange architecture of reality. The problem of negative properties. You're standing in your kitchen, staring at the empty space where your favorite coffee mug should be. It's not there. In fact, there are countless things that aren't there. A penguin, the Eiffel Tower, a quantum physics professor giving a lecture on string theory. Your kitchen is absolutely teeming with things that don't exist within it. But here's the peculiar bit. How can something that isn't there have any properties at all? And yet, we can clearly describe and discuss these non-existent things and their attributes. Welcome to the philosophical puzzle of negative properties. The concept of negative properties has puzzled philosophers since ancient times, with Plato addressing it in his dialogue, Sophist, around 360 BCE. The fundamental question is deceptively simple. How can absence or non-existence be a genuine property of something? The issue became particularly significant during medieval philosophical debates, with Thomas Aquinas arguing in his 1265 work, Summa Theologica, that evil itself was not a positive property, but rather the absence of good, a negative property. This leads us into treacherous philosophical waters. Consider a simple statement: this room is silent. We commonly treat silence as the absence of sound, but is that actually what we're describing? When we say a room is silent, are we really listing all the sounds that aren't present? Or are we identifying a positive property? Perhaps the presence of a particular acoustic state. The same question applies to darkness, absence of light, cold, absence of heat, and countless other apparently negative properties. The plot thickens when we consider that many apparently positive properties might actually be negative ones in disguise. Take the concept of smoothness. When we say something is smooth, are we describing a positive property? Or are we actually noting the absence of roughness? Is being bald having a property or lacking one? The distinction becomes increasingly blurry the more we examine it. This leads us to an even more perplexing consideration: the role of negative properties in logic and mathematics. In 1905, Bertrand Russell introduced his theory of descriptions, which provided a framework for understanding how we can make meaningful statements about things that don't exist. The statement, "The present King of France is bald," is famously analyzable as false, not meaningless, because we can understand it as asserting that there exists something that is both the King of France and is bald, which is false because no such thing exists. But this opens up another philosophical can of worms. If we can make true statements about negative properties, "This room contains no elephants" is demonstrably true, then these properties must have some kind of ontological status. They must in some sense exist. But how can non-existence exist? It's rather like trying to find the exact location of a hole. The very thing we're looking for is defined by its absence, The implications extend far beyond mere philosophical wordplay. In quantum mechanics, the concept of quantum vacuum fluctuations suggests that even complete emptiness has properties. The vacuum, rather than being purely negative, the absence of everything, actually has a complex structure and behavior of its own. This scientific insight forces us to reconsider our entire conception of negative properties. Modern philosophers like David Lewis have suggested that negative properties might be best understood as complementary sets of positive properties. Instead of treating not red as a property in itself, we might consider it as the set of all other colors. But this approach raises its own problems. If we define every negative property in terms of the set of all things that don't have the corresponding positive property, we quickly end up with an infinite regress of properties defining other properties. The problem of negative properties touches on fundamental questions about the nature of reality and our ability to describe it. When we say something isn't there, we're making a positive assertion about a negative state of affairs. Your kitchen definitely doesn't contain the Eiffel Tower. That's an objective fact about reality. But how can reality be defined by what isn't there, as much as by what is? As you stand in your kitchen, still contemplating the absence of your coffee mug, consider that you're not just observing what isn't there, you're experiencing one of the most profound puzzles in philosophical thought. The empty space where your mug should be isn't just an absence, it's a window into questions about the very nature of properties, existence, and our ability to describe the world around us. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about negative properties is that nothing can tell us so much about something. The modal paradox of identity. You're standing in front of your childhood bicycle, now rusted and weathered after decades in your parents' garage. Every single part has been replaced over the years. The handlebars after that spectacular crash into the Thompson's hedge, the frame when you outgrew the original, the wheels countless times. Your mother wants to throw it away, claiming it's not even the same bike anymore. But as your fingers trace the familiar curves, something deep inside insists, this is still your bike, the very same one that carried you through countless adventures. And that's when it hits you. This simple disagreement about an old bicycle plunges you straight into one of philosophy's most perplexing puzzles, the modal paradox of identity. In 1947, philosopher Ruth Barkan Marcus introduced a fascinating problem that would reshape our understanding of identity and necessity. Her work, later expanded in her seminal 1961 paper, Modality and Intentional Languages, revealed a seemingly irreconcilable conflict between our basic intuitions about identity and the logic of possibility. The paradox emerges from three seemingly innocent principles that we all tend to accept. The necessity of identity. If A is identical to B, then A must necessarily be identical to B. The indiscernibility of identicals. If A and B are identical, they must share all properties. And the apparent contingency of certain identity statements. Let's return to your bicycle for a moment. Consider two statements. This bicycle is my childhood bike, and this bicycle could have been different. Both seem perfectly reasonable. After all, you could have gotten a different bike for your birthday, or the original parts could have been replaced with different ones. But herein lies the paradox. If this bicycle truly is identical to your childhood bike, then according to the necessity of identity, it must necessarily be identical to it. Yet we just agreed it could have been different. These can't both be true, can they? The implications spiral outward like ripples in a pond. Consider the famous case of the ship of Theseus, documented by Plutarch in the 1st century. If we replace each plank of a ship one by one, is it still the same ship? What if we use the old planks to build another ship? Which one would be the real ship of Theseus? The modal paradox suggests something even more unsettling. If identity is necessary, then anything that is identical to the ship of Theseus couldn't possibly have been different in any way. But surely that can't be right. This paradox forces us to confront two profound philosophical questions. First, what do we really mean when we say two things are identical? Gottfried Leibniz argued that genuine identity requires absolute indiscernibility. Two things are identical only if they share all their properties, both actual and possible. But this leads to rather shocking conclusions. If your bicycle could have been different in any way, then strictly speaking, it can't be identical to your childhood bike. The same goes for you. If you could have made different choices in life, then paradoxically, you can't be identical to your past self. The second question cuts even deeper. What is the relationship between identity and possibility? Saul Kripke's groundbreaking work, Naming and Necessity, in 1980, suggested that certain identities might be necessary even if we don't know them a priori. Just as water is necessarily H2O, even though ancient philosophers didn't know this, perhaps your bicycle is necessarily identical to itself in ways that transcend our ability to imagine alternatives. This view, known as origin essentialism, suggests that some aspects of an object's origin or identity are essential to it, even if other properties can change. As you stand there in the garage, running your fingers along the rusty frame, perhaps the paradox reveals something profound about identity itself. Like the physicist's wave-particle duality, maybe identity has multiple aspects that seem contradictory, yet are both essential to its nature. Your bicycle is both the same and different, both necessarily itself and contingently changeable, just as you are both identical to and different from your childhood self. The modal paradox doesn't dissolve these tensions. Instead, it illuminates them, showing us that identity, like so many philosophical concepts, is richer and stranger than our everyday intuitions suggest. The paradox of material constitution. You've just purchased an exquisite handcrafted clay statue from a prestigious London gallery. As you admire it in your study, a clumsy friend trips and knocks it off its pedestal. In that split second before it hits the ground, you realize something profound. You're about to witness the destruction of two distinct things occupying the exact same space: the statue and the lump of clay that constitutes it. But how can this be? How can two completely different objects, with different properties and different histories, exist in precisely the same location at the same time? This seeming impossibility lies at the heart of the paradox of material constitution, first formally articulated by Alan Gibbard in his 1975 paper, Contingent Identity. The paradox emerges from our intuitions about identity and the physical world colliding with some basic logical principles. The statue and the clay that makes it up appear to be distinct entities. After all, the lump of clay existed before the statue was created and will continue to exist after the statue is destroyed. Yet they occupy exactly the same space and share all their physical properties. The traditional law of identity states that if two things share all their properties, they must be identical. But our statue and clay clearly have different properties. The statue was created last week, while the clay has existed for years. The statue is valuable as an artwork, while the clay's value is merely material. The statue can be destroyed without destroying the clay. These differences seem to prove they're distinct objects, yet they share every physical property down to the smallest atom. To appreciate the depth of this paradox, we must examine its implications. If we accept that the statue and clay are different objects, we're forced to acknowledge that two distinct things can occupy the same space simultaneously, a violation of our basic understanding of physical reality. Yet if we insist they're the same object, we must explain away their clearly different properties and histories. Some philosophers, like David Lewis, have proposed temporal parts as a solution, suggesting that objects extend through time just as they extend through space, with different temporal parts having different properties. Under this view, the statue and clay are different four-dimensional objects, sharing some temporal parts but not others. Others, like Michael Burke, argue for dominant sortals, the idea that one kind of object, in this case the statue, dominates and determines the properties of the matter that constitutes it. But these solutions raise their own philosophical puzzles. The temporal parts view requires us to radically reconceptualize our understanding of objects as four-dimensional entities rather than three-dimensional things that persist through time. The dominant sortals approach must explain why some sorts of objects dominate others and how this dominance works. The paradox becomes even more intriguing when we consider its broader implications for identity and persistence. Take a wooden ship that has its planks gradually replaced over time until none of the original material remains. Is it still the same ship? If we built a second ship from the original planks, which would be the real ship? This ancient thought experiment, known as the Ship of Theseus, shares deep connections with our statue paradox. These questions touch on fundamental issues in metaphysics and our understanding of identity. Are objects more than just the material that constitutes them? Does form truly determine identity, as Aristotle believed? Or are we forced to accept some form of four-dimensionalism to make sense of these puzzles? The paradox also has surprising connections to modern questions in cognitive science and artificial intelligence. If we can't even clearly define the identity conditions for simple physical objects like statues, how can we hope to understand the relationship between consciousness and the brain that constitutes it? The material constitution paradox suggests that the relationship between an object and its physical basis might be more complex than we typically assume. Looking back at our statue and clay, we might be tempted to dismiss the paradox as mere wordplay. But its implications reach far beyond abstract philosophy. Every time we consider questions of identity, persistence, or the relationship between form and matter, we're grappling with variations of this fundamental puzzle. From personal identity to the nature of consciousness, from artificial intelligence to quantum mechanics. The paradox of material constitution forces us to confront our basic assumptions about what makes something what it is. As that statue falls toward your floor, it's not just breaking, it's shattering our comfortable assumptions about identity, existence, and the nature of physical reality itself. Perhaps the true value of the paradox lies not in finding a definitive solution, but in how it reveals the remarkable complexity hidden within our seemingly simple understanding of objects and identity. The paradox of philosophical knowledge. You're sitting in your favorite coffee shop, contentedly sipping your morning brew while browsing through social media, when you encounter a post that stops you mid-scroll. I know that I know nothing. Your first reaction is to dismiss it as another piece of pseudo-profound social media wisdom. But then you notice it's attributed to Socrates, and something clicks in your mind. If Socrates knew that he knew nothing, then he knew something, which contradicts his statement. But if that contradiction invalidates his claim, then he didn't know that he knew nothing, which might make his statement true again. Your coffee grows cold as you find yourself trapped in an infinite loop of philosophical vertigo. This mental spiral you've just experienced touches the heart of one of philosophy's most enduring paradoxes, the paradox of philosophical knowledge. First formally articulated by Plato in his dialogue Meno around 380 BCE, this conundrum has haunted philosophical inquiry for over 2 millennia. The paradox emerges from the seemingly simple question: can we know what knowledge is without already having knowledge? To understand the depth of this paradox, we need to examine Plato's original presentation. In Meno, Socrates engages in a dialogue about virtue, but quickly encounters a fundamental problem. How can we search for something if we don't know what we're looking for? And if we do know what we're looking for, why do we need to search for it? This became known as Meno's paradox, but it opens up an even deeper problem about the nature of philosophical knowledge itself. Consider what happens when we try to define knowledge. Traditional philosophical accounts, dating back to Plato's Theaetetus, suggest that knowledge is justified true belief. But to understand this definition, we need to already know what justified, true, and belief mean. To understand those terms, we need prior knowledge of other concepts, and so on in an infinite regression. It's rather like trying to learn the meaning of a word by looking it up in a dictionary, only to find yourself endlessly following a trail of other words you don't know. This paradox becomes particularly fascinating when we apply it to philosophical inquiry itself. Edmund Husserl, in his 1913 work, Ideas Why, pointed out that any philosophical investigation must begin from some starting point of knowledge. But how can we be sure this starting point is valid without first doing philosophy to validate it? It's rather like trying to build a house while simultaneously trying to verify that the ground beneath it is solid, using only materials from the house you haven't built yet. The implications extend far beyond abstract philosophical discourse. Consider how this paradox manifests in scientific investigation. Karl Popper, in his 1934 work, The Logic of Scientific Discovery, grappled with a similar problem. How can we verify our methods of verification? Even the scientific method itself requires certain philosophical assumptions about the nature of knowledge, evidence, and truth. It's as though we're trying to measure the accuracy of a ruler while using that same ruler as our standard of measurement. Modern philosophers have proposed various solutions to this paradox. W. V. O. Quine, in his influential 1969 paper, Epistemology Naturalized, suggested that we might need to abandon the search for absolute philosophical foundations altogether. Instead, he proposed that we should think of knowledge as a web of interconnected beliefs, each supporting the others, without any single foundational starting point. It's rather like a spider's web. Each strand supports the others, and while no single strand bears the entire weight, together they create a remarkably stable structure. This brings us back to your coffee shop moment with Socrates' statement. Perhaps the paradox of philosophical knowledge isn't so much a problem to be solved as it is a feature of human understanding itself. Just as your morning coffee simultaneously wakes you up while creating the desire for more coffee, philosophical knowledge creates both answers and questions, certainties and doubts. And there's something strangely comforting about that. As you pick up your now cold coffee, you might realize that the very ability to recognize the paradoxical nature of knowledge demonstrates a kind of knowledge itself. Perhaps Socrates wasn't trapped in a contradiction after all. Maybe he was pointing to the profound understanding that comes from recognizing the limits of our understanding. Your social media scrolling has led you to an ancient truth. Sometimes knowing that we don't know is the deepest knowledge of all. The problem of the criterion. You're standing in your kitchen, staring at a particularly suspicious tomato. You know what a good tomato should look like. Firm but yielding, unblemished, that perfect shade of red. But then you pause. How do you know these are the right criteria for judging tomatoes? Well, through experience and learning from experts, naturally. But then, how do you know those experts are reliable? You'd need some way to judge the experts. And suddenly, there you are, frozen in your kitchen, caught in one of philosophy's most devastating paradoxes, as that innocent tomato has just led you straight into the problem of the criterion. This fundamental epistemological puzzle was first formally articulated by Sextus Empiricus in his work Outlines of Pyrrhonism around 200 CE, though its roots trace back to earlier Greek skeptics. At its core, the problem presents us with a seemingly inescapable circular trap. To know anything, we need reliable criteria for judgment, but to establish reliable criteria, we need to know something first. It's rather like trying to learn the rules of a game by watching people play, while simultaneously trying to figure out if they're playing correctly. The magnitude of this problem becomes clear when we examine how it ripples through every attempt at establishing knowledge. Take the scientific method, our most reliable tool for understanding reality. We trust it because it works. It gives us smartphones, vaccines, and space travel. But how do we know it works? Because we can verify its results, using the scientific method. The circularity is dizzying. Karl Popper grappled with this in his 1959 work, The Logic of Scientific Discovery, acknowledging that even our most fundamental scientific principles rest on methodological decisions that cannot be fully justified by reason alone. This isn't just an abstract philosophical puzzle, it has profound implications for how we navigate reality. Consider medical diagnosis. A doctor needs criteria to identify diseases, but how do we establish these criteria without already knowing what the disease looks like? The history of medicine is littered with examples of circular reasoning leading to misdiagnosis. In the 19th century, the criteria for hysteria were based on observations of hysterical patients who were identified using those same criteria. The circularity of this logic contributed to decades of misunderstanding and mistreatment. The problem extends into even more fundamental areas of human knowledge. Take language learning. How do children learn the meaning of words? They need to understand context to learn words, but they need words to understand context. Yet somehow, children do learn language. This hints at philosopher Roderick Chisholm's approach to the problem of the Criterion in his 1982 book, The Foundations of Knowing. He argued that we must simply accept that we know some things, what he called particularism, even if we can't fully justify how we know them. But this leads us to a fascinating implication. Perhaps absolute certainty isn't necessary for functional knowledge. Consider how a self-driving car learns to recognize objects. It doesn't need perfect criteria for identifying a stop sign. It develops reliable recognition through iterative learning and feedback. This mirrors how human knowledge might work. We don't need to solve the problem of the Criterion completely to function effectively in the world. Looking back at our kitchen tomato, we might realize something profound. We're caught in a similar loop with every judgment we make, from choosing produce to evaluating scientific theories. Yet somehow, we manage to make these judgments successfully most of the time. Perhaps the real lesson of the problem of the Criterion isn't about finding an escape from the circle, but understanding how to live productively within it. After all, that tomato in your hand represents both the problem and a kind of solution. You may not be able to philosophically justify your criteria for judging it, but dinner still needs to be made. And in that practical necessity might lie a deeper truth about knowledge itself, that it's not about achieving perfect certainty, but about finding reliable ways to navigate an inherently uncertain world. The problem of the speckled hen. You're standing in your garden on a pleasantly warm afternoon, admiring your prized speckled hen as she pecks contentedly at the ground. Through years of careful observation, you've grown quite familiar with her distinctive pattern of exactly 48 brown speckles scattered across her white feathers. Yet in this moment, as you gaze at her with complete certainty of those 48 speckles, you realize you can't actually see all of them at once. And with that simple observation, you've stumbled into one of philosophy's most perplexing epistemological puzzles. The speckled hen problem was first introduced by Gilbert Ryle in his 1949 work, The Concept of Mind, though it gained prominence through Roderick Chisholm's subsequent analysis in his 1942 paper, The Problem of the Speckled Hen. The puzzle presents a fascinating challenge to our understanding of knowledge, perception, and the relationship between what we see and what we know. The core of the problem is deceptively simple. When we look at a speckled hen, we can know with certainty that it has a specific number of speckles, yet we cannot possibly perceive all these speckles simultaneously in a single glance. This creates a peculiar contradiction between our knowledge and our immediate perceptual experience. How can we claim to know something we cannot fully perceive in any given moment? The implications of this puzzle reach far beyond farmyard observations. Consider how we navigate through our daily lives, constantly making decisions based on partial information while maintaining confidence in our overall understanding. When you drive a car, you don't simultaneously process every detail of your surroundings, yet you maintain a working knowledge of your complete environment. The speckled hen problem forces us to question the very nature of this seemingly ordinary cognitive feat. The puzzle becomes even more intriguing when we consider the role of memory and pattern recognition. Our brains are remarkably adept at constructing complete pictures from partial information, much like how we can recognize a friend's face without consciously processing every individual feature. But the Speckled Hen problem asks us to examine whether this kind of pattern recognition truly constitutes knowledge in the philosophical sense. This leads us to a deeper question about the nature of perceptual knowledge itself. Traditional epistemology often treats knowledge as justified true belief, but the Speckled Hen challenges this framework. If we cannot directly perceive all 48 speckles at once, what justifies our belief in their specific number? Is our confidence in this knowledge fundamentally different from our confidence in more immediate perceptual experiences, like seeing a single color or shape? The problem becomes even more complex when we consider the role of counting and numerical knowledge. When we say we see 48 speckles, are we really seeing the number, or are we recalling a previous count? This distinction matters enormously for our understanding of both perception and mathematical knowledge. It's rather like claiming to see that a cricket team has exactly 11 players on the field. Do we actually perceive this number directly, or are we drawing upon our knowledge of cricket's rules? Modern cognitive science has added fascinating layers to this philosophical puzzle. Research into change blindness and inattentional blindness has shown that our conscious visual experience is far more limited than we typically assume. These findings suggest that our confidence in seeing 48 speckles might be more about cognitive construction than direct perception. The implications extend into artificial intelligence and computer vision as well. When designing systems to recognize and count objects, we must grapple with similar questions about the relationship between perception and knowledge. A machine might be programmed to count speckles with perfect accuracy, but would it know the number in the same way we do? As you return your gaze to your speckled hen, still pecking away in blissful ignorance of her role in this philosophical conundrum, you might find yourself wondering about all the other things you know but can't fully perceive in any given moment. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the speckled hen problem is how it transforms a simple farmyard observation into a profound question about the nature of human knowledge and perception. After all, every time we claim to see something as mundane as the number of speckles on a hen, we're engaging in a complex dance between direct perception, memory, pattern recognition, and accumulated knowledge. It's rather like trying to count all the stars in the night sky while only being able to focus on a small patch at a time. We might know the number, but the nature of that knowledge remains as speckled with uncertainty as our feathered friend. The knowledge paradox. You're standing in front of your local pub, peering through the window at your friend Sarah, who's sitting alone at a table, staring intently at her untouched pint. You know with absolute certainty that Sarah believes the Earth is round. You've had countless conversations about astronomy, and she's shown you her prized telescope collection. Yet in this moment, watching her through the glass, do you truly know that Sarah believes the Earth is round? She could have had a profound revelation since your last chat, or perhaps she's been secretly harboring flat Earth beliefs all along, maintaining an elaborate facade just to avoid conflict. Even if you were to walk in right now and ask her directly, how could you ever truly know what she believes? This deceptively simple question about Sarah's beliefs leads us straight into one of philosophy's most perplexing challenges, the knowledge paradox. First formally articulated by Ludwig Wittgenstein in his 1953 work, Philosophical Investigations, this paradox strikes at the heart of what it means to know anything about other minds. The fundamental question isn't just about Sarah's astronomical beliefs. It's about whether we can ever truly know what another person thinks or believes at all. The paradox becomes even more fascinating when we examine how we process our own beliefs. In 1962, philosopher Norman Malcolm published his seminal paper, Knowledge and Belief, which highlighted a peculiar asymmetry. While we might doubt our knowledge of others' beliefs, we seem to have privileged access to our own. Yet this apparent solution creates its own philosophical quandary. If I can know my own beliefs with certainty, but can never truly know anyone else's, how can we claim to have genuine knowledge of other minds at all? This leads us to what philosophers call the problem of other minds, first systematically explored by John Stuart Mill in his 1865 examination of Sir William Hamilton's philosophy. Mill proposed that we understand others' mental states through analogy with our own experiences. But this creates a circular predicament. We assume others have minds like ours because they behave similarly to us, yet we interpret their behavior as meaningful precisely because we assume they have minds like ours. The implications extend far beyond the pub window. Consider how this paradox affects our understanding of history. When we read that Galileo believed the Earth moved around the sun, can we truly claim to know his beliefs? We have his writings, his letters, his actions. But these are all external manifestations that could, theoretically, mask different private beliefs. The same question applies to every historical figure and every recorded belief throughout human history. Modern neuroscience has added another layer to this philosophical puzzle. In 2019, researchers at MIT demonstrated that they could identify certain belief states through brain imaging patterns. Yet even this seemingly concrete evidence doesn't resolve our paradox. Knowing that certain neural patterns correlate with reported beliefs doesn't bridge the gap between observable phenomena and the subjective experience of believing. The paradox becomes particularly relevant in our digital age. When someone likes a post on social media, do we truly know they like it? When they share an article, can we be certain they believe its contents? The external behaviors we use to infer beliefs have become increasingly performative and potentially disconnected from genuine internal states. This leads us to a rather extraordinary possibility. Perhaps the very concept of knowing what someone believes is fundamentally flawed. Just as quantum mechanics revealed that some questions about particle properties are meaningless at certain scales, perhaps questions about precise knowledge of others' beliefs are similarly meaningless at the scale of human consciousness. Returning to Sarah in the pub, we might conclude that asking whether we can truly know her beliefs about the Earth's shape isn't quite the right question. Perhaps what we really have is a practical working knowledge, a model of Sarah's beliefs that's reliable enough for meaningful interaction, even if it falls short of philosophical certainty. After all, you're still going to walk in and join her for that pint, aren't you? Though you might never achieve absolute certainty about her astronomical beliefs, you can be reasonably confident that she'll appreciate your company, even if that too must remain, philosophically speaking, an article of faith rather than knowledge. The infinite regress of reasons. You're standing in your kitchen, staring at a jar of pickles. Your hand hovers over the lid as a simple question crosses your mind. Should I eat these pickles? Suddenly, you need a reason for your pickle-eating decision. Perhaps it's because you're hungry. But why trust your hunger? Well, because your body signals when it needs nutrients. But why trust your body's signals? Because evolutionary processes have refined these mechanisms. But why trust evolutionary theory? Each answer spawns new questions, branching endlessly backward like a cosmic pickle jar that never reaches its bottom shelf. This vertiginous tumble down the rabbit hole of justification illustrates the infinite regress of reasons, a philosophical puzzle that has haunted thinkers since ancient times. The core problem, first formally articulated by Pyrrhonian skeptics in the 3rd century BCE, challenges our most basic assumptions about knowledge and rationality. If every belief requires justification, and each justification requires further justification, we seem trapped in an endless chain of reasoning that can never find solid ground. The German philosopher Hans Albert captured this dilemma in his 1968 work, Treatise on Critical Reason, through what he called Munchausen's trilemma, named after the legendary baron who claimed to have pulled himself out of a swamp by his own hair. When seeking to justify any knowledge claim, we face 3 equally problematic options: infinite regress, continuing to demand reasons forever; circular reasoning, using conclusions to prove their own premises; or dogmatic assertion, arbitrarily stopping at some basic belief. The implications of this regress ripple through every domain of human knowledge. Consider mathematics, often viewed as our most certain field of study. The foundations of mathematics rest on axioms, self-evident truths we accept without proof. But why accept these particular axioms? The brilliant mathematician Kurt Gödel demonstrated in his 1931 incompleteness theorems that no consistent mathematical system can prove its own foundations. Even in this most rigorous realm, we cannot escape the shadow of infinite regress. This paradox takes on practical significance in everyday decision-making. When engineers design bridge supports, they rely on physics equations, which rest on empirical observations, which depend on the reliability of our senses, which assumes the uniformity of nature, and down we go again, like Alice tumbling through an epistemological wonderland. Yet bridges stand, planes fly, and smartphones connect us across vast distances. Something in our reasoning must be working, even if we can't ultimately justify why. The infinite regress poses particularly thorny problems for moral reasoning. Consider Peter Singer's famous argument that we have an obligation to help those in extreme poverty. But why accept the moral intuitions underlying his argument? We might appeal to philosophical frameworks like utilitarianism, but why accept those? Each moral principle seems to require another more fundamental principle to support it, leading to what philosopher Richard Swinburne dubbed the ethicist's nightmare. Modern philosophers have proposed various responses to this ancient challenge. Foundationalists, following in the tradition of René Descartes, argue that some beliefs are properly basic and require no further justification, though critics point out this seems to arbitrarily break the chain of reasoning. Coherentists, inspired by thinkers like Laurence Bonjour, suggest that beliefs justify each other in a web-like structure rather than a linear chain. Meanwhile, pragmatists, following William James, argue that we should simply accept whatever beliefs work best in practice. Perhaps the most intriguing response comes from contemporary epistemologist Susan Hark's Foundherentism, outlined in her 1993 work, Evidence and Inquiry. This hybrid approach suggests that knowledge is like a crossword puzzle, where answers support each other while also connecting to empirical clues. This allows for both mutual support between beliefs and connection to external reality, potentially offering a middle path through the trilemma. Yet as we return to our kitchen and that jar of pickles, we might wonder if the infinite regress reveals something profound about the human condition. Like Baron Munchausen, we must somehow pull ourselves up by our own cognitive bootstraps. We make decisions, build knowledge, and progress as a species despite our inability to provide ultimate justifications for our most basic assumptions. There's something both humbling and liberating in recognizing that even our most carefully reasoned beliefs rest on a foundation as briny and mysterious as those pickles we're still contemplating. The problem of future contingents. You're standing at a traffic light, watching the seconds tick down. With absolute certainty, you declare to your friend, when this light turns green, that blue car will turn left. Your friend gives you an odd look, not because you're making traffic predictions, but because you've just wandered into one of philosophy's most perplexing problems. That statement you just made about the future, is it true or false? Right now, at this moment. The driver hasn't turned yet. They might change their mind. They might get a phone call. Their steering could fail. Yet if your statement isn't true or false right now, what is it? And if it is true or false right now, what does that mean for free will? This puzzling question of future contingents first emerged in ancient Greece, where Aristotle grappled with it in his work De Interpretatione, around 350 BCE. He presented the famous sea battle example. Consider the statement, there will be a sea battle tomorrow. If this statement is true today, then tomorrow's battle seems inevitable. If it's false today, then the battle seems impossible. Either way, the future appears predetermined, leaving no room for genuine choice or contingency. Diodorus Cronus later developed this into his master argument around 315 BCE, attempting to prove that only what is or will be true is possible. Medieval logicians like William of Ockham spent considerable energy wrestling with these implications, particularly concerning divine foreknowledge and human free will. The problem even influenced Islamic philosophy, with scholars like Al-Farabi developing sophisticated analyses of modal logic to address it. The challenge runs deeper than mere prediction. Consider quantum mechanics, where we can precisely calculate the probability of a particle's position, but can't determine it with certainty. The Copenhagen interpretation suggests the particle exists in a superposition of states until measured. Is a statement about the particle's future position neither true nor false until observation? This connects to Eugene Wigner's famous thought experiment about consciousness and measurement, published in his 1961 paper, Remarks on the Mind-Body Question. The problem forces us to examine our fundamental assumptions about truth, time, and causality. One approach, developed by Polish logician Jan Łukasiewicz in his 1920 work on many-valued logic, suggests adding a third truth value for future contingents, neither true nor false, but indeterminate. This preserves free will, but challenges our basic logical principles. The law of excluded middle, stating that every proposition must be either true or false, suddenly seems less certain. Another perspective comes from the growing block universe theory, proposed by C.D. Broad in 1923. This view suggests that while past and present are real, the future doesn't exist yet. Therefore, statements about future contingents lack truth values because they refer to nothing real. It's like trying to determine the truth value of the present King of France is bald. The reference failure makes the question meaningless. But this leads us to an even stranger consideration. If statements about the future lack truth values, what happens to scientific prediction? When astronomers calculate future eclipse times, or physicists predict particle behavior, are these predictions fundamentally different from our everyday future statements? The distinction seems to lie in necessity versus contingency, but drawing that line proves remarkably difficult. The implications extend into modern computing and artificial intelligence. Consider a self-driving car attempting to predict other drivers' behaviors. It must make probability-based decisions about future events. But can these predictions be called true or false before they occur? The practical implementation of future contingent reasoning in AI systems reveals the philosophical problem's real-world significance. You're still at that traffic light, but now your simple prediction has opened a window into the nature of truth, time, and possibility. The light changes to green, and the blue car turns right, proving your prediction wrong. Or perhaps proving that it was neither true nor false when you made it. Or possibly demonstrating that future contingents exist in a superposition of truth values until they collapse into definite states through observation. Watch that car disappear around the corner. Its turn has transformed a future contingent into a past necessity, leaving us to wonder about all the other possible turns it might have taken in all the futures that might have been. The paradox of analysis. You're sitting in a pub, staring at a half-empty pint glass when your friend asks you to explain what bachelor means. Easy, you say. It's an unmarried man. Your friend nods, then asks a peculiar follow-up. If that's what bachelor means, then saying a bachelor is an unmarried man is really just saying an unmarried man is an unmarried man, which tells us nothing at all. But clearly, your explanation did tell me something. So how can a correct analysis ever be informative? This seemingly innocent question, first formally presented by G.E. Moore in his 1942 paper, A Reply to My Critics, has become known as the paradox of analysis. At its core, it questions how philosophical analysis can ever be both correct and informative. If two expressions mean exactly the same thing, then stating their equivalence should be uninformative, like saying water is water. Yet we clearly learn something from good philosophical analysis. The paradox becomes even more puzzling when we consider actual philosophical practice. Take Gottlob Frege's groundbreaking work in the Foundations of Mathematics. In his 1884 masterpiece, The Foundations of Arithmetic, Frege analyzed numbers in terms of sets and one-to-one correspondence. His analysis was revolutionary precisely because it was informative. It taught us something new about the nature of numbers. But if his analysis was correct, then it was merely stating that numbers are what they already are. How can this be? This conundrum extends far beyond philosophy. Consider scientific definitions. When we say water is H2O, we're providing an informative analysis that was a major scientific discovery. Yet if this is truly what water is, then saying water is H2O should be as trivial as saying H2O is H2O. The paradox seems to threaten the very possibility of meaningful analytical knowledge. Some philosophers, like William Neil, have attempted to resolve this by distinguishing between meaning and understanding. In his 1936 work, Is Existence a Predicate?, he suggested that while two expressions might have the same meaning, we might understand them differently. A bachelor is indeed an unmarried man, but our cognitive grasp of bachelor might differ from our grasp of unmarried man, much like how ancient astronomers understood the morning star differently from the evening star, even though both refer to Venus. But this solution raises its own philosophical quandaries. If we truly understand what a bachelor is, shouldn't we immediately understand that it means unmarried man? And if we don't immediately understand this, can we really claim to understand what bachelor means? We seem to be caught in a loop. Either we understand the meaning fully, in which case the analysis isn't informative, or we don't, in which case, how can we be sure the analysis is correct? The implications stretch into unexpected territories. Consider artificial intelligence and machine learning. When an AI system learns to recognize cats, it's essentially developing an analysis of what cat means in terms of pixels, patterns, and features. But if this analysis is correct, shouldn't it have been trivially obvious to the system from the start? The paradox of analysis suggests something profound about the nature of learning itself. Perhaps most fascinatingly, the paradox points to a fundamental tension in human understanding. We seem capable of knowing something, like what bachelor means, without fully unpacking all that this knowledge entails. It's rather like knowing how to ride a bicycle without being able to explain the physics involved. This suggests that human knowledge might be inherently layered, with explicit understanding gradually catching up to implicit knowledge. Bringing us back to our pub conversation, maybe the paradox reveals something beautiful about the nature of explanation itself. When you told your friend that a bachelor is an unmarried man, you weren't just matching synonyms. You were helping to unfold a concept that was somehow both familiar and not fully grasped. Like a skilled cartographer mapping terrain we've walked but never fully seen. Good analysis doesn't just tell us what we already know. It helps us know what we know better. Your friend takes another sip of beer and ponders this. So, they say, you're telling me that explaining something can be both perfectly accurate and genuinely enlightening. You smile and nod, realizing that you've just demonstrated the very paradox you were trying to explain. The modal fallacy. You're tossing and turning at 3 a.m., haunted by tomorrow's big presentation. With absolute certainty, you know two things. You haven't prepared nearly enough, and it's going to be a complete disaster. Except, that's not quite right, is it? Yes, you haven't prepared, that's a fact. But your certainty about tomorrow's failure, that's where we stumble into one of philosophy's most seductive logical traps, the modal fallacy. The modal fallacy emerges from our tendency to confuse what must be true with what is true. First formally identified by philosopher William Neil in his 1938 work, Modality de Dicto and de Re, this logical error has roots stretching back to Aristotle's analysis of necessity in De Interpretatione. At its core, the fallacy occurs when we mistakenly transfer the necessity of a logical inference to the necessity of its conclusion. Consider a classic example from medieval philosophy. If I know you're reading this text, you must be reading this text. This seems obviously true, right? After all, knowledge implies truth. I can't know something that isn't true. But here's where things get interesting. While it's necessarily true that if I know you're reading, then you are reading, it doesn't follow that you must be reading. You could have chosen to watch television instead. The necessity applies to the connection between knowledge and truth, not to the act of reading itself. This distinction becomes particularly fascinating when we examine its implications in scientific reasoning. Take the laws of physics. If we drop an object on Earth, it will fall at approximately 9.8 meters per second squared. The relationship between dropping and falling is necessary, but the act of dropping itself isn't. The confusion between these two types of necessity has led to numerous philosophical debates about determinism and free will. The modal fallacy reveals itself in surprisingly common patterns of human thought. When we say things like, "If the weather forecast is accurate, it must rain tomorrow," we're committing this error. The necessity lies in the logical connection. If the forecast is accurate, then rain will follow, but not in the rain itself. The forecast could have predicted sunshine instead, and then that would have been the necessary consequence of its accuracy. This brings us to a deeper philosophical question about the nature of necessity itself. Philosopher Saul Kripke's groundbreaking work, Naming and Necessity, 1980, helped clarify different types of necessity. Logical necessity, true in all possible worlds; physical necessity, true given our universe's laws; and epistemic necessity, true given what we know. The modal fallacy often involves conflating these distinct forms of necessity. Consider how this plays out in ethical reasoning. When someone argues, "If lying is wrong, then you must never lie," they're committing the modal fallacy. While the connection between an action being wrong and it being something we shouldn't do is necessary, this doesn't make the wrongness of lying itself necessary. There might be circumstances where lying serves a greater moral good, like protecting innocent lives from harm. The implications extend far beyond philosophy seminars. In fields ranging from artificial intelligence to legal reasoning, the ability to distinguish between necessary connections and necessary facts proves crucial. A self-driving car's logic might conclude, "If there's an obstacle ahead, I must brake," but it shouldn't conclude that braking itself is necessary. There might be better alternatives like steering around the obstacle. Back in your bed at 3 a.m., understanding the modal fallacy offers a peculiar comfort. Yes, if you're unprepared, then poor performance follows necessarily. But this doesn't make poor performance itself necessary. You still have choices: pull an all-nighter, reschedule, or find creative ways to work with what you know. The future isn't locked in stone simply because the connection between preparation and performance is. This logical insight challenges our deterministic impulses, reminding us that while consequences may follow necessarily from their conditions, those conditions themselves often remain within our power to influence. Perhaps that's the most valuable lesson of the modal fallacy. It shows us where necessity truly lies, and in doing so, helps us better understand where our freedom remains. The problem of universals. You're standing in your kitchen, staring at 2 red apples sitting on the counter, when a peculiar thought strikes you. These apples share the property of redness, but where exactly does this redness exist? It's not floating somewhere between them. You can't bottle it up and store it away. Yet somehow this abstract quality of redness manifests in both apples simultaneously, and in countless other red things across the universe. In fact, you realize with growing unease, this mysterious problem extends far beyond color. It encompasses every property that multiple things can share. The more you contemplate it, the more reality itself seems to unravel before your eyes. This deceptively simple puzzle has haunted philosophers for over 2 millennia, emerging first in Plato's theory of forms around 380 BCE. Through his dialogues, particularly in Parmenides and the Republic, Plato proposed that abstract properties like redness, roundness, or beauty exist as perfect eternal forms in a realm beyond the physical world. These forms serve as the templates from which all physical instances derive their shared qualities. While this elegant solution influenced Western thought for centuries, it raised as many questions as it answered. Aristotle, Plato's most famous student, challenged his mentor's theory in Metaphysics, 350 BCE, arguing that universals, these shared properties, exist only within particular things, not in some separate realm. This position, known as immanent realism, suggests that redness exists solely through its manifestation in red objects. Medieval philosopher Peter Abelard would later refine this view in his Logica Ingredientibus, 1117, proposing that universals exist as concepts in our minds, abstracted from our experience of particular things. The debate evolved into three main philosophical camps. The Platonic realists maintained that universals exist independently of both physical objects and human minds. The Nominalists, led by William of Ockham in his Summa Logicae, 1323, took the radical position that universals don't exist at all. They're merely names we use to group similar things. The Conceptualists, following Abelard's lead, argued that universals exist only as mental concepts, bridging the gap between strict realism and nominalism. This medieval debate might seem purely academic, but its implications ripple through modern science and mathematics. When physicists discuss electron properties, or mathematicians work with numbers, are they dealing with real abstract universals or just useful human constructs? The question becomes particularly pressing in quantum mechanics, where particles can share exactly identical properties in ways that seem to transcend mere similarity. The problem extends into cognitive science and artificial intelligence. When machine learning systems recognize patterns or categories, are they detecting real universals in the world, or simply creating useful classifications? The philosopher Wilfrid Sellars explored this connection in his 1963 work, Science, Perception, and Reality, suggesting that our scientific understanding of universals might bridge the ancient divide between realism and nominalism. Contemporary philosopher David Armstrong offered a modern defense of realism in his 1978 work, Universals and Scientific Realism, arguing that science's success in discovering natural laws suggests that universals must exist as real features of the world. Yet others, like W.V.O. Quine in Word and Object, 1960, have argued that we can explain everything about shared properties through similarity relations, without assuming the existence of mysterious universal entities. You look back at those apples on your counter, their redness now seeming both more familiar and more mysterious. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the problem of universals is how it transforms everyday experiences into philosophical puzzles. Every time we recognize something as being the same as something else, whether it's the redness of apples, the shape of circles, or the concept of justice, we're unconsciously engaging with one of philosophy's most enduring questions. The beauty of this problem lies not just in its profound implications, but in how it reveals the extraordinary hiding within the ordinary. Those 2 red apples on your counter aren't just waiting to become part of your breakfast. They're gateways to understanding the fundamental nature of reality itself. And whether you side with Plato's eternal forms, Occam's sparse nominalism, or some modern alternative, you'll never quite look at shared properties the same way again. The paradox of emotional response. You're sitting in a darkened theatre, tears streaming down your face as you watch a young woman sacrifice herself to save her sister on the silver screen. Your heart aches, your throat tightens, and you feel genuine grief. Yet somewhere in your mind, you know with absolute certainty that what you're watching isn't real. These actors will go home after filming. The special effects were created in a computer, and no one actually died. So why are you crying? This peculiar relationship between fiction and emotion has puzzled philosophers for over 2 millennia. In the 1st century BCE, Lucretius observed that humans could take pleasure in watching scenes of suffering from a position of safety, while Plato worried about the power of poetry to provoke strong emotions that might overwhelm reason. But it was David Hume who, in 1757, formally articulated what would become known as the paradox of fiction in his essay Of Tragedy. The paradox presents itself in 3 seemingly true but mutually incompatible propositions. First, we experience genuine emotions in response to fiction. Second, we know that what we're experiencing is fiction. Third, we only experience genuine emotions about things we believe to be real. Each statement appears independently valid. yet they cannot all be true simultaneously. The philosophical implications run deeper than mere entertainment. Dr. Colin Radford's influential 1975 paper, How Can We Be Moved by the Fate of Anna Karenina?, brought the paradox into sharp focus for modern philosophy. If we accept that our emotional responses to fiction are genuine, and brain imaging studies confirm similar neural activation patterns, whether we're responding to real or fictional stimuli, then we must question fundamental assumptions about the nature of emotion itself. Some philosophers, like Kendall Walton, have proposed that we're not experiencing genuine emotions at all, but rather quasi-emotions or make-believe feelings. When you're terrified during a horror film, you're engaging in a sophisticated game of pretense. But this solution feels unsatisfactory when we consider the physiological reality of our responses. Your racing heart and sweating palms are decidedly real. The paradox becomes even more intriguing when we consider that fictional scenarios often provoke stronger emotional responses than similar real-world events. You might weep uncontrollably at a film about a stranger's death while remaining relatively composed reading about actual tragedies in the morning news. This phenomenon, which philosopher Robert Gordon termed the paradox of emotional intensity, adds another layer to our philosophical puzzle. The solution might lie in understanding how our brains process reality. Modern neuroscience suggests that our minds don't maintain strict boundaries between real and imagined experiences. When you're engrossed in a story, your brain creates simulations that activate many of the same neural pathways used to process real experiences. The evolutionary advantage is clear. The ability to learn from hypothetical scenarios without actually experiencing them firsthand is incredibly valuable for survival. This leads us to an interesting connection with another philosophical concept, the simulation argument. Just as we can become emotionally invested in simulated experiences through fiction, philosophers like Nick Bostrom have proposed that our entire reality might be a sophisticated simulation. The fact that we can become genuinely moved by acknowledged fictions might suggest something profound about consciousness itself. The paradox also intersects with questions of empathy and moral development. Martha Nussbaum argues in Poetic Justice, 1995, that our emotional engagement with fiction serves a crucial role in developing moral imagination. By experiencing genuine emotions about fictional situations, we exercise our capacity for empathy and moral reasoning in a safe space. You might think this paradox only applies to sophisticated works of art, but it manifests in surprisingly mundane ways. Have you ever felt genuine anxiety about an upcoming meeting while lying in bed, fully aware that you're just imagining future scenarios? Or felt real joy remembering a happy moment, despite knowing it's not currently happening? These everyday experiences suggest our emotional responses operate in a more complex relationship with reality than we might assume. As we return to our crying moviegoer, we might conclude that the paradox reveals not a flaw in our emotional responses, but rather the sophisticated nature of human consciousness. Our ability to be moved by fiction while maintaining awareness of its unreality might be precisely what makes us human. This capacity to inhabit multiple levels of reality simultaneously, to learn from imagined experiences, and to feel deeply about things we know aren't real. After all, as you sit here pondering this paradox, aren't you experiencing genuine curiosity about a purely abstract concept? And isn't that in itself rather remarkable? The paradox of practical reason. You're standing in the kitchen at 3 a.m., staring at an open refrigerator. You're not hungry. You just ate a full meal 2 hours ago. You know you should go to bed. You can practically hear your future self berating you for this decision. Yet here you are, carefully assembling a sandwich that would make a midnight Gordon Ramsay proud. As you take that first delicious bite, you're experiencing one of philosophy's most profound puzzles, the paradox of practical reason, where our actions directly contradict what we know to be in our best interest. This peculiar conflict between knowledge and action captured the attention of philosophers long before our late-night sandwich adventures. Aristotle first documented this phenomenon in his work, Nicomachean Ethics, around 350 BCE, calling it akrasia, the state of acting against one's better judgment. But it was Immanuel Kant who, in his 1788 Critique of Practical Reason, transformed this everyday observation into a fundamental philosophical paradox that challenges our very understanding of rational behavior. The core of the paradox lies in a deceptively simple question. If reason's purpose is to guide our actions toward our best interests, how can we possibly act against reason while being fully aware that we're doing so? It's not just about lacking willpower. That would be too simple. The true paradox emerges from our simultaneous capacity to fully understand that an action is against our best interests while consciously choosing to perform that action anyway. This becomes even more fascinating when we examine real-world manifestations. Consider the case of Professor Donald Davidson's famous 1980 study on intentional action, where participants were asked to make decisions while hooked up to brain imaging equipment. The results showed that the brain regions associated with rational decision-making were fully active, even as subjects knowingly made choices they had previously identified as contrary to their interests. We weren't just failing to follow reason, we were using reason itself to justify acting against reason. The implications extend far beyond midnight snacks and impulse purchases. This paradox fundamentally challenges our conception of human rationality. If we can knowingly act against our own reasoning, what does that tell us about free will? The philosophical community split into two camps after Davidson's work. The compatibilists, led by Harry Frankfurt, argued that this apparent contradiction actually demonstrates a deeper form of rationality, the ability to reason about our own reasoning. The incompatibilists, following Richard Holton's work in the 1990s, saw it as evidence that human decision-making involves fundamentally irreconcilable systems. But there's an even more intriguing angle to consider. What if the paradox of practical reason isn't actually a flaw in human reasoning, but rather a feature that enables human creativity and innovation? The ability to act against our immediate rational judgment might be what allows us to take creative risks, to fall in love despite the statistical odds of heartbreak, or to pursue seemingly impossible dreams. The great philosopher Robert Nozick suggested in his 1993 work, The Nature of Rationality, that this apparent irrationality might be a higher form of rationality, one that acknowledges the limitations of pure logical reasoning in a complex emotional world. This leads us to a fascinating possibility. Perhaps the paradox of practical reason isn't really a paradox at all, but rather a window into the sophisticated nature of human consciousness. Just as quantum particles can exist in seemingly contradictory states, human reasoning might operate on multiple levels simultaneously. We're capable of holding conflicting truths. Knowing a midnight sandwich is a bad idea while understanding that the experience of eating it might provide some other, less quantifiable value. As you stand there in your kitchen, sandwich in hand, you're not just failing at practical reasoning, you're participating in a profound philosophical experiment that has puzzled the greatest minds for over 2 millennia. That sandwich might not be good for your sleep schedule, but it's certainly food for thought about the complex nature of human rationality and decision-making. The paradox of proper names. You're standing in line at a coffee shop when someone taps you on the shoulder. "Excuse me," they say, clearly distressed, "but I've completely forgotten my name. I know who I am, where I live, what I do for work, everything except my name. The strangest part is, I'm not even sure how to figure it out. If someone tells me my name, how can I verify it's actually mine? What makes any collection of sounds uniquely me?" Before you can respond, the barista calls out, "Sarah!" and your philosophical friend dashes off to collect their drink, leaving you to ponder one of language's most peculiar puzzles. The question of how names relate to the things they name has puzzled philosophers since ancient times. Plato tackled this issue in his dialogue Cratylus around 360 BCE, where Socrates debates whether names have a natural connection to their bearers or are merely arbitrary conventions. This fundamental question would later evolve into what philosophers now call the paradox of proper names. most famously explored by Gottlob Frege in his 1892 paper Über Sinn und Bedeutung, on sense and reference. The heart of the paradox lies in understanding how proper names can maintain their meaning, while seeming to violate basic principles of how meaning works. Consider two statements. The morning star is the morning star, and the morning star is the evening star. The first statement is trivially true. It's like saying A equals A. The second statement, however, was a genuine astronomical discovery, as both names refer to the planet Venus. But if names simply point to things, how can two names for the same object create different meanings? This puzzle becomes even more intriguing when we consider fictional names. When you read about Sherlock Holmes, the name clearly means something. You can discuss his characteristics, debate his methods, even visit his supposed address at 221B Baker Street. But unlike Venus, which points to a physical planet, Sherlock Holmes doesn't point to any actual person, yet the name still carries meaning, allowing millions of readers to share and discuss ideas about the same fictional detective. The implications of this paradox extend far beyond philosophy departments. Consider how social media has transformed our relationship with names. Your username on Twitter might be completely different from your legal name, yet for millions of followers, that collection of characters becomes your real name, carrying meaning and identity in a way that would have been impossible to imagine a century ago. This digital evolution of naming raises fascinating questions about identity and reference that Frege never could have anticipated. Modern philosophers have proposed various solutions to the paradox. Saul Kripke, in his influential 1980 work, Naming and Necessity, suggested that proper names are rigid designators. They point to the same object across all possible situations where that object exists. This explains why we can meaningfully discuss how things might have been different for a person while still referring to the same individual. If someone says, Shakespeare might have become a shepherd instead of a playwright, we understand they're talking about the same person, even though every fact about him would be different. John Searle offered a different approach with his cluster theory of names, arguing that names are associated with clusters of descriptions, and no single description is essential for the name to refer successfully. This helps explain why we can still talk about historical figures, even when many of our beliefs about them turn out to be incorrect. When we discovered that Homer might not have been a single person, or that many stories about Shakespeare's life were myths, the names didn't lose their meaning. They simply adjusted to new clusters of information. The paradox takes on new relevance in our age of artificial intelligence and virtual reality. When an AI system generates a story about Sarah Johnson, is it using that name the same way we use real names? When you create an avatar in a virtual world, what makes that name yours in any meaningful sense? These questions aren't merely academic. They touch on fundamental issues of identity, reference, and meaning in an increasingly digital world. As you finish your coffee, pondering these philosophical puzzles, you might notice your friend from the queue leaving the shop, still clutching their drink. The name Sarah worked perfectly well for getting their coffee, even if they weren't sure it was really theirs. Perhaps that's the most profound insight of all. Names function perfectly well in practice, even while resisting our best theoretical attempts to explain exactly how they work. The paradox of infinite decision theory. You're standing in your local pub, staring at a pint of perfectly poured ale, when God materializes on the bar stool next to you and proposes a game. He'll flip a fair coin repeatedly until it lands tails. If it lands tails on the nth flip, he'll give you £2. So if it lands tails on the first flip, you get £2. If it takes 3 flips, you get £8. The catch? You must name your price to play this game right now. How much would you pay for a ticket to play? Take too long to answer, and the cosmic entity nursing what appears to be a gin and tonic might just find another temporal plane to visit. This seemingly playful scenario, first proposed by Daniel Bernoulli in his 1738 paper, Exposition of a New Theory on the Measurement of Risk, unveils one of the most fascinating paradoxes in decision theory. The St. Petersburg paradox, as it came to be known, demonstrates a profound disconnect between mathematical expectation and human decision-making that has puzzled philosophers and economists for centuries. Let's calculate the expected value of this game. There's a 1/2 chance of winning £2 on the first flip, a 1/4 chance of winning £4 on the second flip, a 1/8 chance of winning £8 on the third flip, and so on. The expected value for each flip is exactly £1, probability times payout, and since this could theoretically continue forever, the total expected value is infinite. Mathematical logic suggests you should be willing to pay any finite amount to play this game. Your entire life savings, your house, your left kidney. Yet virtually no one would pay even £100 for a ticket. Nicholas Bernoulli, Daniel's cousin, first presented this paradox to the mathematicians of the St. Petersburg Academy in 1713, leading to its name. Daniel Bernoulli's solution introduced the revolutionary concept of utility, the idea that the subjective value of money decreases as total wealth increases. A starving person values £10 far more than a millionaire does. This diminishing marginal utility helps explain why rational people wouldn't pay enormous sums to play, even with an infinite expected value. But the paradox cuts deeper than mere economics. It forces us to confront fundamental questions about rationality, infinity, and decision-making under uncertainty. Consider, if you're being perfectly rational by refusing to pay large sums for a game with infinite expected value, does that mean rationality itself is flawed? Or perhaps our mathematical models of decision-making are missing something essential about human reasoning. The philosopher Blaise Pascal encountered a similar conundrum in his famous wager about believing in God. The potential infinite reward of eternal salvation, he argued, should rationally compel belief regardless of the probability of God's existence. Yet many find this argument unconvincing for the same intuitive reasons they wouldn't bet their life savings on our cosmic coin flip game. Modern decision theorists have proposed various resolutions. In 1994, Old Peters introduced the concept of time-averaged returns, suggesting that we should consider not just the expected value of a single game, but how wealth evolves over repeated plays. Under this framework, the seemingly irrational decision to avoid large bets becomes mathematically justified. The Nobel laureate Kenneth Arrow suggested in his 1971 work that the paradox reveals fundamental limitations in our ability to assign meaningful probabilities to extreme events. But perhaps the most intriguing implication comes from considering what the paradox reveals about our relationship with infinity itself. We live in a finite world with finite resources and lifespans, yet our mathematical models often incorporate infinity as if it were just another number. The St. Petersburg paradox suggests that human decision-making may be better adapted to our finite reality than to the abstract infinities of mathematics. Looking back at our celestial pub companion, still waiting patiently for your answer, you might notice something peculiar. In any real-world version of this game, physical constraints would make truly infinite payoffs impossible. The universe doesn't contain enough money, the coin would wear out, or our divine friend might simply run out of patience. Yet the theoretical version, with its promise of infinity, continues to challenge our understanding of rational decision-making. As you consider your answer, perhaps while taking a thoughtful sip of ale, you might reflect that sometimes the most rational decision is to acknowledge the limitations of rationality itself. After all, in a universe that serves up paradoxes as regularly as our local serves pints, perhaps the wisest course is to maintain a sense of humble fascination with the mysteries we encounter. The problem of the present king. You're at a dinner party in London when a stranger suddenly interrupts the polite conversation by declaring that she needs everyone's help proving the current King of France is bald. Your fellow guests shift uncomfortably, but before anyone can point out the rather obvious flaw in this endeavor, she continues with unwavering conviction. If we accept that the present King of France is bald is false, then we must accept that the present King of France is not bald is true. But how can either statement be true when there isn't a King of France at all? And yet, surely one of them must be true. It's a fundamental law of logic. This peculiar puzzle first presented by Bertrand Russell in his 1905 paper On Denoting, launched one of the most fascinating developments in the philosophy of language and logic of the 20th century. Russell wasn't actually concerned with royal hairstyles, of course. He was grappling with a fundamental problem in how we use language to describe things that don't exist, and in doing so, he uncovered deep questions about the nature of meaning, truth, and reference. The traditional view of language, dating back to Aristotle and formalized by Gottlob Frege in the late 19th century, suggested that every meaningful sentence must refer to something real. The sentence, "The present king of France is bald," appears to be grammatically identical to "The present king of England is bald." If one is meaningful, surely the other must be too. But this leads us into treacherous logical territory. Consider how we typically handle negation in logic. If we say Charles is bald is false, we're saying Charles is not bald is true. This principle, known as the law of excluded middle, states that for any proposition P, either P is true or its negation is true. There's no middle ground. But when we apply this to our non-existent French monarch, we run into what seems like an irresolvable contradiction. Russell's brilliant solution was to recognize that sentences about non-existent things have a more complex logical structure than they appear to have grammatically. When we say, "The present king of France is bald," we're actually making three distinct claims. There exists a king of France, there is only one king of France, and this person is bald. In formal logic, we'd write this as, there exists an x, such that x is a king of France. And for all y, if y is a king of France, then y equals x, and x is bald. This analysis, known as Russell's theory of descriptions, reveals that the sentence isn't simply true or false in the way we initially thought. Instead, it's false because one of its component claims, that there exists a king of France, is false. Similarly, the present king of France is not bald is also false because it too presupposes the existence of a French king. The law of excluded middle isn't violated because the real negation of "the present king of France is bald" is either there is no present king of France, or there is more than one present king of France, or the present king of France is not bald. The implications of this solution extend far beyond royal hairlines. Russell's analysis provides a framework for handling all sorts of problematic expressions, from "the golden mountain is tall" to "the round square is mysterious." It shows us that grammatical structure can mislead us about logical structure, and that careful analysis of language can dissolve apparently insurmountable philosophical problems. This discovery had profound effects on philosophy, mathematics, and computer science. In mathematics, it helped resolve paradoxes about infinite sets and impossible objects. In computer science, it influenced how we think about null references and error handling. Even in everyday language, it helps us understand why certain types of statements feel odd or problematic. But perhaps the most fascinating implication is what this tells us about the gap between how language appears to work and how it actually works. We constantly talk about things that don't exist, from fictional characters to failed projects to future plans, and usually do so without any difficulty. It's only when we try to be precisely logical about such talk that the problems emerge. In a way, Russell showed us that everyday language is both more complex and more sophisticated than we realized, encoding subtle logical distinctions beneath its seemingly simple surface. So the next time someone at a dinner party starts discussing the grooming habits of non-existent royalty, you can appreciate that they're not just making absurd observations, they're touching on fundamental questions about how language connects to reality and how the structure of our thoughts might be hidden beneath the surface of our words. The mere addition paradox. You're contentedly walking through a city of 10 million people, each living quite satisfying lives. Let's say they rank their happiness at 8 out of 10. Suddenly, with a flash and a pop, another 10 million people appear beside the originals. These newcomers aren't quite as happy. They'd rate their lives at 4 out of 10. But crucially, their appearance hasn't affected the original population at all. Now, here's the peculiar bit. According to many of our most basic moral intuitions, this new world is actually worse than the original. Yet how can simply adding people, without harming anyone else, make a world worse? This is the mere addition paradox, and it's about to take us down a rather fascinating rabbit hole of population ethics. Derek Parfit first introduced this conundrum in his 1984 work, Reasons and Persons, though its roots trace back to Henry Sidgwick's discussions of optimal population in The Methods of Ethics, 1874. The paradox emerges from three seemingly reasonable principles that, when combined, lead to deeply counterintuitive conclusions. First, that adding happy people to a population without affecting anyone else can't make a world worse. Second, that a large population where everyone is equally well off is better than a similarly sized population with inequality. And third, that a population where everyone is better off must be superior to one where everyone is worse off. Let's explore why these principles create such difficulty. Consider three possible worlds. In World A, we have our original 10 million people at happiness level 8. In World B, we have those same 10 million plus another 10 million at level 4. Finally, in World C, we have all 20 million people at level 6. According to our first principle, World B can't be worse than World A. We've only added people without harming anyone. Following our second principle, World C must be better than World B because it eliminates inequality. But then our third principle suggests World A must be better than World C because everyone in A is happier than everyone in C. We've created a circular preference where A is better than C is better than B, and B is better than A logical impossibility. This paradox extends far beyond mere philosophical puzzling. It strikes at the heart of how we think about population ethics, environmental policy, and even space colonization. Consider the implications for climate change. If we believe adding happy people to the world is always good, shouldn't we maximize Earth's carrying capacity? But then, we might all end up slightly worse off than if we'd maintained a smaller population. The paradox similarly complicates questions about space colonization. Would establishing colonies on Mars be moral if the colonists would live less satisfying lives than Earth dwellers, even if they still considered their lives worth living? The deeper implications become even more fascinating when we consider different approaches to resolving the paradox. Some philosophers, like Jan Narveson, have argued for a person-affecting view that only considers the welfare of actual people rather than potential ones. This elegantly sidesteps the paradox, but raises troubling questions about intergenerational ethics. Others, like Nick Beckstead, have suggested we might need to abandon some of our basic moral intuitions about population ethics altogether. Perhaps most intriguingly, Derek Parfit himself eventually concluded that the paradox reveals fundamental limitations in our ability to make coherent ethical judgments about population size and welfare. Bringing us full circle, imagine yourself back in that suddenly doubled city. The original residents continue their lives unchanged, while beside them, millions lead lives that, while worth living, are notably less satisfying. Your intuition probably suggests this new situation is somehow worse, yet you can't point to anyone who's been harmed. Perhaps this uncomfortable tension reveals something profound about the nature of moral reasoning itself, that our ethical intuitions, evolved for small group interactions, simply aren't equipped to handle questions of population ethics. Rather like a pocket calculator trying to compute quantum mechanics, we might be bumping up against the limits of our moral processing power.